Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride till I hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making hits, dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen the effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride till I hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen the effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride till I hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen the effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Who got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride till the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rap on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now, so I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Who got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride till the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rap on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now, so I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Who got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride till the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rap on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now, so I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. just too quick for it. Peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it. Peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it. Peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can't. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh. Send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can't. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can't. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the raps. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in play. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen a rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told him put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks but they all in the raps. Had a few friends but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100 seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told him put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks but they all in the raps. Had a few friends but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100 seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told him don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money stabbing, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands, I deserve another 100 fans. Told him this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told him put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks but they all in the raps. Had a few friends but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100 seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen they effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to. Car payments and the rent due. Told y'all that I'm 6 foot, but with the money statement, I'm 10-2. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip, got old problems with the friends new. Yeah, I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. Yeah, I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, told him I'ma hit it out of stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the rest. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride to the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen the rev on the dash. They ain't catching up, dog, I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league. I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm in.
Hello pickleball fans, Dave Fleming here at the Skechers Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. And what a day of pickleball we have in front of us. We've got matches you've never seen before. We've got the best players in the world ready to battle at this gorgeous setting. And this is kind of like Christmas Eve because tomorrow, for the first time ever, on CBS, pickleball will be there tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock Pacific. But we have amazing pickleball today, so don't you dare go anywhere. This is the PPA Tour. This is the Riviera Country Club. We'll be right back with all the...
Folks, come on, you can do better than that. Let them hear you.
The Skechers Invitational is brought to you by Pickle Play, games for you. By Hertz. Select Medical. Onyx. Skechers. And welcome everybody to the Skechers Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Dave Fleming here. I'll be joined by a cast of all-stars to help call this all weekend long here at this gorgeous setting. Just getting started with our first match of the day. We'll set the players. On the near side on the far side about to serve is Yana Grechkina. She's serving to Callie Smith. There's Parenteau, and there's Allyce Jones. We're playing a very fun format today. We're going to play 2 games to 11, and then if we split, we've got a very fun tiebreaker we'll talk about throughout the day. A lot of new teams, a lot of new combinations, and
1-0-1.
going to be a lot of fun here today. And as I mentioned, I've got all-star partners in the booth all day. And look who's here. Collin John's in the house. Collin, how are you, buddy?
Point. 2-0-2. Side up. 0-2-1.
How about now?
Second serve. 0-2-2.
And here's Parenteau to serve. Floor is lava early. Another beautiful point by the ladies. And again, this week we've got new partnerships,
1-2-2.
getting new opportunities to see a different ball and a different court positioning. I think in the long run it's going to help all these ladies to add to their tricks. We'll have Collin Johns with it momentarily. And Parenteau was ready for that attack and snuffed it quickly.
2-1-2.
Oh, nice move by Callie Smith there, seeing an opportunity, jumps in front.
Side out.
All right, we got a side out. Parenteau back to serve.
1-3-1. Second serve. 1-3-2.
Allyce Jones there, of course, from Utah, as is Callie Smith. So that state well represented here.
Yes, ma'am. 2-3-2.
Yeah.
Side out. 3-2-1.
Just wicked angles by Parenteau there, pushing Callie Smith all over the court.
3-2-2. Side out.
Again, Skechers Invitational, the Riviera Country Club. Lots of great matchups for you today. There's the power of Callie Smith. The middle is closed, ladies and gentlemen.
2-3-2.
siege, but able to keep throwing it back, make him hit one more ball.
3, 2, 1.
Yana Grechkina just sitting on the line. That's what you want to do. You want to cover the line when you're on that side. If the ball's in front of you, let your partner cover the cross court, and she was on top of that.
3, 2, 2. One. 4, 2, 2.
Callie thought about taking it out of the air, but then she would have most likely had to step into the kitchen, so she had to let it bounce, and it didn't get to the height of the net and just hit the top of the tape.
Serve. 2, 4, 2. Point. 3, 4, 2.
Great angle by Callie Smith there, finishes off the point.
Four, 3, 1.
What a save by Parenteau in the middle there. Grechkina able to finish.
Point. 5, 3, 2.
Again, we're going to play 2 games to 11, and then if we split, we've got a fun, quick breaker called the fast breaker that we will share with you if we get to that point. Parenteau to serve to Callie Smith, 3-5-1. A couple of missed returns here from Callie here in the game 1, getting all used to this court and this setting.
4, 5, 1. Same serve. 4, 5, 2. Side out. 5, 4, 1.
Beautiful low drive by Callie Smith, sets up the shake and bake, and done Utah style. There's Allyce Jones able to finish.
6, 4, 1.
Got Ron Ponder, our great referee, on the call here.
Point. Come out, receivers. You can serve at 7, 4,
And
1.
Parenteau and Grechkina take a timeout as Allyce Jones, Callie Smith off to a quick 7-4 start.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on now. Let them hear you. Let us go so far.
We'll be back with the conclusion of game 1 right after this.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right. This is why I stay out of kitchens.
All right, welcome back to the Riviera Country Club, and we're at the Skechers Invitational. Callie Smith and Allyce Jones off to a quick start here in game number 1. Nice finish by Grechkina with the two-handed backhand.
7-4-2.
That's just filthy by Grechkina. Beautiful cross-court roll. Great time out there. No harm done there. Back in business at 4-7. Another heavy forehand roll dink from Grechkina.
5-7-1.
Good job by Jones and Smith of applying pressure consistently and then found some feet when it hit down on the ball. And that lob sails a bit deep from Jones.
6-7-2.
And we are at 6-7 on a 2. Good fire there from Parenteau, but blocked nicely by Smith and Grechkina. Just sometimes with the two-hander, it gets behind you, and then you're late, and the arc of the ball is going to go well deep. Beautiful inside out by Parenteau there.
7-6-2.
Sometimes just a little roll with more spin is even more effective than pace because it's harder to reset that, and that's what Grechkina did there. So
6-7-1.
again, within 1 here in game 1.
Second serve. 6-7-2.
Beautiful job by Grechkina of not just taking the fire from cross court, but redirecting it for a winner. Just wide. Sometimes that's a ball that is tempting for you to take, but your partner is sitting directly behind you with the forehand ready to roll.
7-7-1.
Let's see if Smith and Jones have been stuck at 7 for a while, like it's in your head. Drives way too high, and Grechkina just squashes it.
Seven, 7-2.
Oh my, sorry, not sorry from Parenteau there. Great digs from Jones, but she'll take it. She was going for a severe angle and got the kiss.
7-1.
Beautiful job by Parenteau, and Grechkina being ready to move that ball around and then attack. So it is Parenteau and Grechkina, since they called timeout, have not yielded a point and now have the lead here in game number 1. So they're going to get cooled off. We'll get cooled off. We will be right back.
My name is Parenteau, and I've been playing pickleball for almost 6 years. I travel a lot to play in tournaments. I'm always on planes, and I see a lot of people when I travel. I need to make sure that I stay healthy. I need to support my immune system, so that's the reason why I use the Pure Whey C+. I felt like I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming at the Skechers Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Great match to start the day. Real tight here, 8-7. Little kitchen battle. And Catherine had seen enough of said kitchen battle, finishes it off. And after being down 7-3, they are now up 9-7. Parenteau to serve to Callie Smith. And a big two-handed rip, and just out of nowhere, just a nice run full of power. They have a game point here. Oh, just tantalizing Yana just a little too much. Little bait ball, second serve, second chance to close out game 1. Oh, and Grechkina looks down at her feet and is caught in the kitchen on the Ernie. So Ron Ponder calls it. So got a fault there. Everyone's smiling about it. And on the footfall call, a match point is saved, or a game point, excuse me. Again, high third is destroyed by Grechkina.
7-2.
Nice job by Jones, and we are within 1 of tying this up at 10. Again, win by 2 here today at the Skechers Invitational. One of Skechers players, of course, it's Catherine Parenteau. You see the bright blue Skechers pickleball shoes she is wearing. What hands, what hands, or hand by Allyce Jones. And it's Grechkina and Parenteau that now need a timeout as a run is thrown back at them. A game point saved on the foot fault in the kitchen on the Ernie, and now we're 10-10. So it's going to take bonus pickleball to win game number 1. Who is going to be the winner? We'll be right back.
Dorothy, I really think you'd like the magnesium. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too. Come on!
Does he do that every time?
Every time.
All right, we are back. It is 10 apiece. What a way to start an invitational. Gorgeous day at the Riviera Country Club, and what a battle from these ladies. Again, new partnerships. They're obviously familiar with each other, but not necessarily beside each other. So I heard a couple paddle clanks in the middle so far, but it's going to take more than 11 to win this. Ooh, and that sails just deep, so they do get the ball back on the timeout.
10-10-1.
Just wide. So second game point here. Let's see if Grechkina and Parenteau can close it out. Oh, and unfortunately the net gets involved in that. So Jones and Smith up early. Grechkina, Parenteau come back. Jones, Smith tie it up, and then it is Grechkina and Parenteau who are able to finish. So game 1 goes to Yana Grechkina and Catherine Parenteau. 12-10. We'll be back with game number 2.
Bending down to the ground to put on your shoes is kind of a pain. Until now. Introducing new Skechers slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Just step in and off you go. Putting your shoes on has never been easier. Plus, they're even machine washable. Go hands-free with your footwear with new Skechers slip-ins.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, gets software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
It's a gas card. You can always use gas.
Always.
Wait, but you have a...
Thank you.
Hey, do we need gas?
Nope.
How about now?
Still no.
Hey, remember Daddy's birthday's tomorrow.
A gas card. I could use this.
Hey, that...
Evolve your journey beyond the pump in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
All right, welcome back. Game 2 about to start. There we go. Yana Grechkina serving. At least Jones gets the ball back quickly for them, and certainly loved their start. Now let's see if they can put a whole game together and force a fast breaker, game 3. Just deep. Callie Smith sitting on that and ready to go. Just a little too much of it.
0-0-2.
Big, heavy topspin roll dink. So dink with a purpose, folks. I mean, those are not just laying it in. That is putting pressure on your opponent with all that spin by Parenteau. Good job by Callie Smith of letting that fly long.
Two.
Good rip by Grechkina there. Might have gotten just a little bit of the tape.
1-0-2.
Oh, that's going to be a weird one off the edge of the paddle. We're still playing. And that goes a bit wide. Full swing off the edge of the paddle, stays in the court. That's hard to do. Top spin rolls at the kitchen, both out of the air and off the bounce, have been very effective for Parenteau and Grechkina today. Beautiful inside out shot by Allyce Jones there. So a good early start for Parenteau and Grechkina up 3 after winning game 1, 12-10. Time Grechkina goes for more of a slice cut dink and finds the net.
1-3-1. Point.
They're going to keep Grechkina on the left side so they don't have to unwind a stack. Big swing by Grechkina. When you get into that position, call it the scorpion, get that paddle up above in front of your body, you just want to stomp it down, not take a big cut as Grechkina did there. Much more comfortable on the right side of the court, those nasty forehand rolls. And then Parenteau comes up short on the two-handed roll there. So the lead has been erased, and they've got themselves a lead at 4-3. Oh, and Jones, hands ready and tags Grechkina with the next ball, and this day of runs here at the Riviera Country Club continues as 3-0 Parenteau and Grechkina becomes 5-3 Jones and Smith. We'll be right back. All right, we are back, and Allyce Jones and Callie Smith on a bit of a rampage here. 5 in a row and still serving. Timeout was called. Grechkina again. This is what happened in game 1. They were behind, called timeout, and didn't give up another point until it was 10-all. Big swing by Jones in transition. Tough place for that play. So again, timeout. Very effective. Parenteau, big serve, just a bit deep.
3-5-2.
That's a great ball by Callie Smith there. Catches Parenteau looking down the line. So quick side out for Smith and Jones. Again, the prelude of pickleball coming to CBS. The 3-letter network will have pickleball tomorrow from 1 o'clock Pacific time. Don't miss that, folks. So much great pickleball today, tomorrow on CBS, and Sunday. So get those snacks. Get ready to watch pickleball. The best players in the world battling nationwide coverage. That's just great pressure by Catherine Parenteau and Yana Grechkina.
5-3-2.
That's in. And the Callie Smith reset clinic becomes a winner. She comes flying in with the two-handed backhand and able to finish.
6-3-2.
And Jones was way ahead in the point, chose to go cross court to the Parenteau backhand, and she was sitting on it and quickly flipped the script on that point.
3-6-1.
Good job by Smith jamming up Parenteau there.
3-6-2.
Wicked two-handed roll there. And Grechkina comes flying in.
Side out.
Yes, you are. So Collin John's back with us here, folks. Just in time for a exciting finish for game 2. So Collin John's in the booth. Will be playing a couple of times, and then a big debut on CBS tomorrow. That's going to be exciting.
Yes, very exciting for us as the players, but more exciting as the sport as a whole. So first time we're going to be in a network with 3 letters. Never thought I'd be representing pickleball on a stage like that, but it's definitely a privilege.
And once again, this, you know, when you have new partners, you never know what you're going to see. We've seen lots of runs here.
Yeah, it definitely makes for a lot more runs, in my opinion. So last week we had the Selkirk event where you played with a lot of different partners that you're not used to playing with, and some were more fruitful than others, and definitely some miscommunication can cause a lot of runs. Usually you see established partnerships able to slow the momentum more so. So occasionally you had some matchups last weekend that were a little bit more established, and it seemed like they were a little bit more successful with stopping long runs. But
there
this
you
is
saw
an interesting matchup here because you have Callie and Catherine, who are more of the established alpha players, and you have Allyce Jones and Yana Grechkina, who are more up-and-comers, and they all have their own skill set that they bring to the table. And Allyce has had a lot of success in mixed doubles this year, so playing with someone like Callie that really brings a lot of offense, that's an interesting partnership. And then you have on the other side Catherine, who's one of the best defenders in the game, with Yana, who, despite not being huge in stature, has quite a lot of power. I've actually played a few mixed events with her, and she definitely packs a punch.
Yeah. Big pace. We've seen also the revolutions on the forehand roll dink too.
For sure. She really likes to brush up on that ball on the forehand dink and can do a lot of damage with it. She does tend to make a few more errors because of that, but definitely very aggressive with that shot. And I haven't been on the mic the whole time, but I have been watching, and something that's really interested me is how Catherine and Callie have been playing the preferred left side for the dominant player, but at the same time they've also been shadowing each other to some extent. Yeah. So when you have two players that are more equal, you definitely, that's a strategy that you can employ where you keep the one in front of the other to slow down their offensive opportunities.
So we're going to keep seeing them not in the shadows, but in the sun here at the Skechers Invitational.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Aw, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe!
All right, we are back. It is Jones and Smith running out in front, and you mentioned shadowing. What do you mean by that, Collin, real quick?
So shadowing is when you're going to follow one particular player around, meaning you're going to put yourself straight in front of them, known as heads up. And the reason you would do something like that is it puts usually your better counterpuncher in front of their better attacker. So it tends to slow down their offense quite a bit. So, for example, in mixed doubles, this is more rarely seen, but you see it more when you have a lefty involved, and then we see end of game 2, so we get to go to the exciting breaker.
We're going to have a fast breaker here, folks. So
there
it is one game apiece. We are going to go to the fast breaker, and let me explain what's going to happen here. So the winner will be the winner of this fast breaker, and what happens is each player will get one chance to serve as many points as they can on that one try. Serve it in the net, you're done. So one team will serve first, the other team will serve the next 2 players, and then if you go first, Collin, you get to go fourth. So you kind of know, sort of like being the home team in baseball, where we're at. So again, you could get 0 on your own serve, or you could get 5.
Yep, so if you're hitting in the bottom of the 9th, obviously you know how many points you need to get. So you're going to try to run off as many as you can to start out, and then you see how many they answer with. So playing it out, let's say you scored 1 on the first one. It goes to the other side, and they score 2 and 3 individually. So now it's 5-1. You know you need 4 to tie and 5 to win. So that is nice to know. Puts a little extra pressure on you, but I'd rather know myself. So given the choice, I would definitely choose to pick the first and fourth.
Yeah, I would as well. And, you know, we're always having some fun things, and here we are at the Skechers Invitational. So again, all 4 players will serve 1 chance, but 1 chance could be many if you keep winning those points. So we'll keep that clear for everybody. It's going to be fast. That's why it's the fast breaker, and that's why we're going to have a fast victor in this first beautiful match here at the Skechers Invitational. So let's see who's serving first. It looks like it is going to be Allyce Jones. So Allyce will serve for as long as her side wins points.
And interestingly, it looks like they're stacking Callan on the right. So like I mentioned, she's shadowing Catherine, so she may not get as many balls, but she is putting herself in front of their better attacker, which is Catherine.
Just wide. So no points for the service of Allyce Jones. They will get Callie to serve. So Grechkina will serve as many as she can get, and then Parenteau will follow. Great finish by Callie Smith. So 0-0 to start. So now there's pressure on Parenteau to get at least one, or you're turning over a match point.
Yes, for sure. To get one would be huge and put the pressure back on the other team at a minimum.
Great hand by Callie Smith there.
Oh,
just wide. All right, so here's how this is going to work. Callie Smith will serve from the left side. That is correct with the fast breaker. If they win this point, they win the match. If they don't, we will play one rally
Sudden
for
death.
the title.
I kind of want to see that, Dave.
I do too. So here we go. By Grechkina on match point down. And just wide, and it is Callie Smith and Allyce Jones who win the first ever fast breaker 1-zip. Lots of excitement. Ron Ponder explaining that will do it. So Callie Smith and Allyce Jones win it. 1-0 in the fast breaker. Colin Jones, glad we had you for a little bit there. You'll be playing, and we'll have you back in the booth, of course, this weekend. So thanks for being here. We'll be right back with the next match here at the Skechers Invitational.
Dropping a lot of money on sunglasses always seemed crazy to me. I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays. Polarized shades at a great price that you can try for 30 days risk-free. And even if you lose or break them, just let us know and we'll send you a free pair. Plus, every order helps fight hunger in America. And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. For 20% off your first order, go to shadyrays.com now and use code TV20.
Bending down to put on your shoes, kind of a pain in the ass. But with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down. And without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Ready yet?
Not yet, buddy. What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Bending down to put on your shoes? It's kind of a pain in the ass. But with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down and without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
I'm here at the Skechers Invitational at the beautiful the Riviera Country Club, and I told you I'd have surprises for you all day in the booth. Well, I got Collin Johns, one of the best players in the entire world, and then I got one of the best volleyball players in the entire world, and a huge pickleball man, Casey Patterson in the house. Case, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thanks for having me. This is an epic location. And sitting next to Collin, are you kidding me?
I know, come on.
I've never been nervous before. This is the first time.
So we've got the men on the court now. We had our first sighting of the fast breaker. I hope we get a bunch of those today. That's going to be a lot of fun to see how the players deal with sort of some quick nerve, sudden death to win a match. So to set the scene here, we got a couple of Smiths, and we have one serving the other. This is Spencer Smith serving to Pat Smith. Spencer's playing with A.J. Koller, and Pat Smith, the winter soldier with that sleeve rolled up, is playing with Callan Dawson.
Point.
Yep.
1-0-2.
Yeah, it looked like you got to really wait for the prime opportunity versus creating so much.
And Callan Dawson with that ace of spades, Pro Kennex power pop finish.
0-1-1.
Casey, we talk a lot about the technology changes in our sport. Anything from the volleyball perspective that would match the ball changing, or?
Yeah, we just recently, I think Wilson changed the official pro ball like 3 years ago with kind of like this technology that helps you see it better, right? And all different types of light, dusk, dawn, bright sunlight, or cloud cover. You know, I was like the optics. They called it the optics version. It just helped you see the ball more often in different scenarios. But that's about as all we've changed so far, you know, besides doing more push-ups, you know.
No, that foot was on, point.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that green one, it's easier to see, but it also breaks down faster. Right.
It's a little science fair project from my boys in the booth today, everybody.
A little bit of everything
I
today,
love
Dave.
it. That's what I was counting on. Oh, look at
and
AJ.
A.J. Koller giving us a little bit of everything on the court here. The man likes his lob, so this is quite interesting because the best lobber is going up against the second best lobber, at least in my book.
Yes.
We have Callan Dawson, who puts down dimes on the baseline when he practices his lobs. And we got A.J. Koller, who brought back the third shot lob. So we're going to see who can out-lob the other.
Yeah, and I'm sure Callan is like, okay, you matched my first one, so we're one apiece here so far. All right.
Challenge accepted. And that's a nice volley.
Yeah, do you know, Collin, if there's anything going on behind the scenes where they're going $10 a piece, you know, at the end of the match, whoever has the most lobs consecutively in?
I may or may not have information on that. I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
That was not one motion from AJ either right there. So, yeah, hey. Everything goes at the Invitational here. Obviously, if you're new to watching Callan Dawson play, the grip he uses is very unique. How is that a factor, and what does that do for him, Collin?
Yeah, he likes to choke up on the grip a lot more than most players, almost like a ping pong paddle. So that's going to give you greater control, more maneuverability. So in something like a hands paddle, you're not going to have as much torque, but you're going to have a lot behind it because you have such a strong grip on the paddle, along with his paddle being very powerful. So he's very maneuverable at the body. He's one of the players you really don't want to attack a lot to the body because of that. And then he has great control on his dinks. He doesn't have a lot of penetration on them, but he does have really good control. He keeps them very short and low, nice and soft, sort of like that shot right there. And then it also gives him great maneuverability for something like a lob or that last attack that he flicked at AJ. Where he does give it up a little bit is on his return to serve overheads. So on something like that, you want a little bit more leverage. So that's something that you can exploit a little bit, but they're not shots that you really hit all that much in a rally. I mean, you're going to hit a return once, and you're going to hit an overhead maybe once in a rally usually.
7-1. No, sir. No recall. 7-1.
Nice quick lead for Pat Smith and Callan Dawson playing very solid out the gate here. Oh, and Pat Smith just punishes a short return there.
Slimy, inside out, just, that was nasty.
And some great action on that. And Pat Smith definitely has one of the best forehand drives in the game, if not the best. He gets such good action on that. And because he's just such a weak guy, such small biceps, I just don't know. I can't imagine how he's getting that much power on the ball, but that might be the paddle.
Okay. Some commotion on the correct server there. So even though they were stopped, so all of that beautiful forehand and goes for naught because of the wrong server. So we're at 7-1-2. There's the heat off the ace of spades. Nice handle of it though.
Nice exchange there.
I'm going to say that paddle is probably so complementary to his grip that it adds so much more of an offensive threat, right? Just a little, even if it's a few percentages, it's just probably helps him confidence-wise too to be an aggressor.
Absolutely. Yep. If he was playing with a paddle that was more control-oriented, he definitely wouldn't be as dangerous in those hand-speed exchanges because he takes very short swings with that grip that he uses, but it's sort of offset by the amount of power he has with his paddle. So
the third shot lob is very short, but
still gets them in.
Yeah.
And a very nice counter there by Spencer, who prefers that backhand and didn't hit with a lot of pace, but definitely got it down and got Callan to overhit that next one.
3-7-1.
Nice job by Spencer Smith of filling the middle. Koller left a lob up. Got to dig out your partner's problem sometimes, don't you, Casey?
Yeah, then you got to like say my bad, like, oh, sorry, I set that up wrong, but I finished it for you, so we're good. I call it, as a dad, I call it changing my own diaper.
As long as you bail yourself out you there, all
exactly.
is well.
I like AJ's, he's in 2 lobs so far? And as somebody who follows, the weather apps a lot as a beach volleyball player, like what's the wind at, where's the sun, that's for sure the good side for the lob because you got the solar eclipse as soon as you throw it up.
Oh yeah. Definitely have to be aware where the sun is, where the wind's blowing. That really helps your lob game. Not something that I think about a lot because I don't lob a lot, but definitely something Callan and AJ are taking note of.
Yeah, the other thing with Callan is you see sort of gets down to the side when he's serving and driving the ball. That's because he is a college baseball player and was a sidearm pitcher. So that's the technique he's used to from another sport.
It's a great exchange here. Nice resets.
Oh, and Smith.
Pat gets a hold of that one, but drives it a little bit long.
Just a little behind him.
Yep. And a lot of times you do end up making contact with counters behind you when they hit a good jam shot like that. Pat's usually very good at still getting a lot of power on those.
Wow, Spencer, that was insane by him.
And Spencer has good hands in the transition zone, so you'll see a lot of times when those exchanges take place, he'll take a step or two back if he feels like he's losing the rally, and he'll actually retreat all the way to the baseline at times so that he can have a little bit more reaction time to reset, and he's very good at that. Whereas some players like to stay close to the line and just kind of suck up whatever power is coming at them and try to bring it right back at them. But it is a little bit of a higher risk but higher reward.
Yeah, lets him be able to get a little topspin on it, huh? Because he's got a little bit more time and then be able to counter with direction.
Yep. I mean, you're playing with a weightless plastic ball with holes in it, so every step back you take is definitely a lot more reaction time for yourself. It has a lot of drag to it. So if you think like a shuttlecock in badminton, I mean, that thing goes super fast off the racket, but once you move back a little bit, a lot of pace comes off.
Stops.
Yeah, so pickleball is not to that extent, but it's similar.
And during the shuttlecock flight discussion, AJ Koller got to sneak another third shot lob, which was an effective winner.
Let's say it's 1 for 3. That's a good ratio. I'm gonna green light him. Hey, dude, just green light that thing.
3-0 pitch, go.
Exactly.
Oof. Just tried to overcut that a little bit there.
And it looks like it's really starting to warm up out there, so the ball's starting to be a little bit more mushy, and when you're trying to cut it, sometimes we just die on you. Looks like that's what happened to AJ on that.
Oh,
yep, sighting on another lob.
Callan, you're getting just creamed in the lob battle so far. And the many languages of Pat Smith are out and about today.
The German's coming out.
Yes. And his father is in the house today. Had a chat with him beforehand. So that's love when the family of the players can come out and support.
Yes, I had the pleasure of meeting his dad last night at the party, and I can definitely see where he gets his grip strength from.
Yeah, that man will mess up your hand. That's a quality handshake.
It is a quality handshake. He does not jip you on that.
Probably direct eye contact too, right?
Very much so.
Oh, yeah.
Smart.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, he's not staring off into the horizon. No.
Oh, Callan, that was your chance to even the score there with the lobs.
Yeah. Interesting choice by AJ there, Collin.
Yes, he was thinking lob, and then I think he changed his mind and said, I'm going to use both wrists and roll them over as hard as possible for this one. Left two-hander just way too high for Callan.
Have you noticed, Collin, when you're playing in like intimate stadiums like this, where for me the wind, I just noticed the last match, there's a little bit of a swirl, right? So it's coming in at random corners, and I saw it affect 1 or 2 balls that were hit at a specific speed, maybe not a ton of spin in the last girls match. And they go to attack the ball, and the wind on the way down would catch and affect the ball, and they missed it. Do you guys recognize that or talk about it at all, or is that something that isn't really a conversation?
It's definitely something you have to be aware of, and if you haven't played on a stadium court or something like this, it's sort of for an idea where the wind can actually change directions. So if you're playing on a big stadium court that's sort of like a bowl, it can change so easily, and you have to be aware of that, because you could think it's going right to left, and then it's left to right. So something you have to keep tabs on and know that can happen, because it can be very confusing in the beginning. You're like, I could have sworn the last point the ball blew this direction, but yeah, when you're down in a bowl, sort of like what we're at right now, it can definitely be a factor.
And the bowl is a flight zone for Callan Dawson there, setting them up for a game point here in game 1. There's the sidearm slider. And he was ready for the speed up in the middle, and the ace of spades says enough. Blackjack for Callan Dawson and Pat Smith. So game 1 goes to them in impressive fashion. It's Pat, the victor of the 2 Smiths here. So Spencer's got to see if he can even up the Smith score. We'll be right back with that after this.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dreams. Follow me.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. Come on now.
As a reminder, all games are win by 1. Game 2, Tommy and 002.
All right, welcome back to game 2, everybody.
Callan and Pat winning the battle in game 1, but AJ Koller winning the lob battle with Callan, so I'm sure he's still a little happy.
And Spencer Smith showing those magic hands again. Colin Johns and Casey Patterson, the volleyball superstar, in the booth. Nice finish by Spencer. And Casey, when you have somebody who has a specific trait in volleyball, do you talk about it? You know, when you play AJ, you got lobs coming. What do you do in volleyball that's similar, and how do you get that? Because, you know, it's 2v2 in your sport as well.
Same.
Here.
Right. Yeah, I think we like immediately identify like, hey, what's this team's identity? What are they good at? Okay, the lob, and they're just going to grind us down with dinks, right? Or something like that in beach volleyball. And so we kind of have a game plan to prepare against that, and mentally it's good to have like, hey, we know that's what they do well, so it's not going to surprise us if they do that. So let's not get emotional about it, right? Like, it doesn't affect us. So let's have multiple game plans to try to experiment so that we can kind of, you know, add wrinkles here and there if they get into a rhythm. So it's very similar, I would say, probably to pickleball, where you kind of have a few different lineups and strategies, and then you kind of, you know, they're going to do some things well and accept it and try to battle it off as well as you can.
Yeah, I feel like that's something you do in a lot of different sports, but it's so important, something a lot of players do neglect to do. Another thing that I like to do, even on top of that, and tell me if you do the same thing in volleyball, is sort of create a narrative that you want for the match. So, for example, if AJ and Spencer are going into the match, they don't want the narrative to be Callan is crushing counters and lobbing them left and right. They're playing with a lot of energy over there. They don't want that. They want the opposite of that.
Yeah.
They want AJ dominating with his rolls, playing a little bit slower, a little bit more by the book to set up AJ. And that's something I like to go into the match with. I want a narrative that suits us. It may not result in the outcome we want, but it gives us the best chance.
Right, right. Yeah, I think we would have that, and then is on top of that is like, all right, also what can I do as a partner to maximize our team, and how can I help, you know, alleviate any sort of stress that he might feel if their game plan is to play against him. Yeah, layers upon layers, Dave. Come on, come on.
That's why I said I have special guests with special insights. I mean, folks, these people are writing novels before they come out on the court, okay? So if you don't have one of those fancy fountain pens, you better get one. That'll improve half a tenth on your rating, guaranteed. So, but I do think the mental game is part of this that is very underrated. You know, when you go out and play for fun, that's one thing. But when you have the best players in the world, whether it's volleyball, this sport, tennis, anything that requires a partnership, if you aren't in sync and the talent level is pretty close, that's going to be the difference.
Yeah, agree.
Yep, very much so. And it's not always about playing your best game. It's also about playing the best game for your partner. Maybe you're good at something, but it really makes your partner vulnerable. So playing the right shot at the right time against who you're playing against is every bit as important as maximizing your strengths and weaknesses.
Right. right? Get the most out of your guy. You're also complimenting him. It's huge because then the vibe's good. You keep everybody up and positive.
Yep, and that's something you got to decide ahead of time. I mean, you talked about a little bit the partnerships in volleyball and how it's similar, trying to lock somebody down, but you have to find somebody that plays well with you, not necessarily the best player that's available.
Correct. And that's something a lot of people don't understand. They're like, oh, but he's the gnarliest. It's like, but you don't play well together and you guys fight a lot. And it's awkward watching.
Yeah, gnarly level, one thing, but I refuse to talk to him while we're playing. Let's move on.
Right.
Oh, we do replay the Let's here on the PPA at the Skechers Invitational again. This is Christmas Eve, folks. Tomorrow, live on CBS for the first time ever, will be pickleball, and we are excited. And we got Casey right in between us. Is one of the guys playing, so it's a big day for pickleball.
2-4-2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Collin and Ben play together.
Yeah, it'll be the first time Ben and I will partner together in a couple months. Ben took a little time off, and he was in Europe. So the last actual tournament we played together was the Atlanta final against Matt and Riley. So we'll get to face them again tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them more than once the rest of the year. So foreshadowing for the second half of the year.
Yeah, top two seeds have seen quite a bit of each other, and then with the summer break and then some of these unique formats, you played against him more than with your brother here over the last couple of weeks.
Yep, I got one more coming up against him, actually. Not the one after this, but the one after that. I'm up against him again with Annalie Waters, so he's staring down both his usual partners.
That's awesome.
So, Casey, when you've had a variety of partners, when you see somebody maybe you've won a big title with that's now on the other side or a blood brother, how's your mentality change with something like that?
You know, I've always identified as somebody that's always played better when I'm like up and happy and kind of chirping back and forth and little inside jokes and stuff like that versus quiet. And I think it almost helps me when I play like an ex-partner because it's like, first of all, my focus is heightened, and then I know kind of what triggers they have, you know. And for me, I kind of pride myself on not getting rattled by that stuff because I love it. It makes me play better. I'm like, oh, okay, we're doing this. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, personalities don't really change. You know what does bother or doesn't bother certain people.
Yeah. Which explains your singles win against Ben. You know,
yes.
At the Orchard.
I knew someone would bring that up eventually.
You were hoping.
I don't know what the overall total was, but I know that I won the last point, so I'll take it.
Yeah. All I know is your paddle was scraping the ceiling of the Orchard on Tuesday night.
But talk about a fun event. That PPA All-Star event held at Jigsaw in that new Orchard studio. That was so much fun and so much energy brought to that match, before the match, after the match. Can't wait to go back there.
Third shot lobber is still, I mean, Callan it's a blowout in the lob game here.
They eventually worked their way in. It's good patience there.
Ooh.
Just as you said that, Koller went for a less patient flick, but
well, patience is definitely not AJ's. That's not the first word that comes to mind when I think of AJ Koller.
But they've got the lead here in game number 2.
That's part of the reason I selected him as a partner recently for Orange County Cup, and we did quite well together because I would say patience is one of my better attributes, and it balances out between me and AJ. So I want him to go for the shot and be creative, and I'll just be the patient, solid rock, and be in the supporting role. So.
Oof. Well, ATP.
It's a pretty smooth ATP defense there.
Yeah, and the whole ATP situation, it used to be, that's a clean winner, great shot, move on. Now it's just like, okay, you did it, let's get back to the kitchen. It's unbelievable how the evolution of certain shots has changed in the sport.
It's so true, and I mean, a few years ago, people were lucky to get a paddle on it. Now it seems like it's routine, when people block it, and not just block it, but block it to a point where they can get back in the point.
Yeah, like a redirect, reset. Yeah, I mean, I'm running drills where I just have guys hitting like 30, 40 balls with me and try to defend it, and like where my positioning needs to be and where I can go kind of reset offense at the same time, you know.
Yeah, a couple tips on that. Something that I always teach is keep your feet inside the court when you're defending an ATP. That way,
don't be a target.
That way, you're not a target, but better than that is you don't hit out balls. So it's really hard to tell when it's coming at you that fast where the ball is going to land.
Right.
And you'll tend to hit out balls if you put any feet outside the court. And then just think like a hockey goalie would. I mean, get really low, get the stick down, in this case your paddle, and it gives you a chance. It's not a guarantee, but it puts you in the right place at the right time. But definitely keeping the feet inside the court's a big one.
Hey, I learned that the hard way.
Well, you got a lot of you to keep inside the court,
yes,
Casey.
A lot of feet.
Real patient point here from the gentleman. And then Pat Smith, sneaky little inside out, using that reach.
Yep.
Not a full bicep flex, just kind of like a little subtle, subtle flick.
Just show it.
Yeah.
Just show it.
Yeah. Very pretty misdirect on that one. Pat and Callan showing off the countering power there. That's one team I wouldn't be hitting a lot of third shot drives against. They both countered the drive extremely well.
You know, that's back to your storytelling and narrative. Like, we're going to drop thirds against this team because we're not going to let them, because you feed off that. Plus, the pace of a good counter just makes you feel good because you're taking something the other team might love to do away.
Yeah, if I'm Spencer and AJ, I want this match to be more by the book until we get to the kitchen line. Keep it very boring. I know AJ likes to throw up the occasional third shot lob, so enough to keep him happy. But if they can get up there and get AJ his hands on some rolls and get in the dinking exchanges, I feel like the match favors them more in that scenario. Whereas the other side wants a little bit more chaos, more countering, more firefights, more driving, more earnies, more dynamic play.
Oh, Spencer, what defense? Wow.
Second serve.
Smith, meaning Spencer Smith, has been on point with his defense and counters and has dug both of them out of a hole a couple of times there. Koller went for yet another lob there and wasn't able to be successful. So there's one of those. AJ doesn't dink two-handed, so you know pace is likely to come if he puts a second hand on there, and that tell just lets you be able to sit on it. That's why if you're a two-handed player and you don't dink with the two-hander, you are giving away the next shot if you put it on there.
Yep, even if it's only once in a while, you have to show the threat of something else, whether it's vice versa or that. I mean, speed some up, dink some. But there has to be some misdirection on it. Otherwise, the players are just too good with their counter punches.
Just wide there. So
just wide.
Casey, we talk a lot about disguise being so important at the highest level here. What have you been able to take from volleyball maybe to bring into your pickleball that helped you maybe disguise something, or just a trait that's been effective for you transferring from one sport to the other?
Yeah, it's interesting because on the beach volleyball side, vision and manipulating, or let's say carving different sides of the ball is that's my superpower in a sense. and trying to like bring that into this game where it's like a lot of inside out or different tempo and speeds from awkward positions to create maybe a pop-up. That's been something I've tried to like implement and bring over to the pickleball world that I do really well on the beach side.
And when you say carve the ball, does that mean hitting the right and left part of the ball? Because we have that in pickleball. We just use it by a different name. So fading or hooking the ball to get the ball to move in a given direction. And it doesn't have to be a whole lot, but is that what you mean when you say carve the ball in volleyball?
Right. Inside out, outside in, over the top, you know, backspin, like all different types of things, you know, simulate maybe a left-hander's type of spin sometimes just to throw them off. Things like that, yeah. I gotta learn the new phrases, thank you.
We're okay with carving. We just want to make sure we're all talking about the same turkey there.
Right. Indeed.
Exactly.
And that's something not a lot of players learn later on. So especially when you get to a higher level, people think power and punching with the most speed is often the path of least resistance, when if you can add a little bit of misdirection in the sense that you're hitting the side of the ball, getting it to hook or fade to one direction, it puts the ball in just the right spot to where you took a little pace off, but they weren't expecting it there, and that's what really sets up the finish in the end.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So it is, again, Pat Smith and Callan Dawson looking good here in game number 2.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows softness.
How does he know all this stuff?
Strength. That's always right. Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
Not today. Break's over. You dropped something.
That's a wicked backhand.
All right, welcome back to the Skechers Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Dave Fleming with pickleball star Colin Johnson, volleyball star Casey Patterson. We're carving up turkeys, we're shuttlecocks, we got science experiments, we got everything for you guys today, and that's why I love bringing people in here to give you a different perspective of what is going on here. And it has been Dawson and Pat Smith able to make a big comeback here. Now they're just 2 points from taking this second match of the day.
And more aggressive play there by Spencer. He doesn't attack a whole lot. He's a little bit more passive, but very consistent. Plays the right shot at the right time, but I feel like he's not kept Callan off balance quite as much as he needs to in some of these scenarios, especially when they have a little bit of the upper hand.
Second serve.
So is letting the ball go a big deal in volleyball too?
It's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So frustrating when you hit an out ball, isn't it?
It's so frustrating. Also on D, when you get lined in, you're dialed in, you see the guy just kind of unload and you're stoked to make the dig, and you should have let it go out, but you're like, oh, I'm here, I'm just going to make it happen so that I can counter and get in their face and yell after I side out. So it's hard. It's the same thing here. I want to just smash everything. I don't care it's out. I'm going to hammer it, you know? It is. It's very technical, and it's something you have to train.
Yeah, and I felt like once I got enough experience at letting the ball go before they even hit it was when I really hit a threshold for letting a lot more outballs go in pickleball. Because the thing is, the geometry of the court, I mean, the net is quite high relative to the length. So as soon as you have them hitting up from below the level of the net hard, it's very likely to go out. So a lot of it is determining, all right, how much did I get my counter punch down? Okay, they're taking a big swing at the ball. Chances are this is going to go out. And a lot of times they're not even trying to keep it in. They're just trying to put it in your chest. So if you're moving ahead of time, it's a lot easier to get out of the way.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest thing to do, is when you do see it to let it go versus want to counter hard.
Yes. And Nice combo there by AJ. And the thing you have to remember too is you're going to win 100% of the points that you let go and they go out, and you might win 80% of the ones that you feel good about the counterpunch. But I want that extra 20%. So it might feel better to hit a counterpunch winner, but I'd much rather let it go and win all of them.
Yeah, you want SportsCenter highlights, or you want to just freaking win?
Yeah.
And speaking of which, a good call there by AJ Koller. And that's another thing. A lot of times you have a better vantage point than your partner, and if you just say something just in time, it can get them out of the way on balls like that.
So able to keep them at 9, but unable to capitalize on the first serve. See what AJ can do here.
I do like how the points are playing for them in the last couple minutes a little bit better. It seems like they're being a little bit more patient. Of course, I jinxed it.
And then we went Lob Factory 2022.
Yep. You got to know with AJ that's coming. But I was about to say that it looked like they were playing a little bit more by the book, getting into the line, giving themselves a chance. Oh, and missed serve. Definitely not something you see a lot from Callan Dawson.
No.
There we go, Pat. Being a good partner. Letting them know we're good. Just a little high five.
And a quick side out with no work to be done. Have to hit one return for a side out. That is good living right there.
Oh, yeah. That's Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year right there.
Collin, a lot of people talk about the style of dinking that Callan Dawson does with the short hop like that one right there. What's the advantage of that?
So the advantage of that, and what you mean by short hop, first of all, is he's taking the ball basically directly after the bounce. So he's making contact with it very low, but it takes a lot of the timing out of the shot. So you're going to be very consistent at timing it, and you can keep it short quite well. The problem with it, the disadvantage of it, is you're making contact with the ball so low. So the net is going to appear higher. So if you think about hitting the ball over a mountain versus a molehill, the net really behaves more like a mountain than a molehill. And whereas if you let the ball come up, you can hit it more linearly and do more damage with it. So what he tends to do is he hovers over the line and takes the ball out in front. It's very hard to get him to miss because you can't really mess up his timing very well. But at the same time, his dinks are always soft and they're in front of you. So it's definitely a shot you want in the arsenal. But in my mind, I think it's important to hit some offensive dinks when it's more called for. And it makes him just a little bit one-dimensional. And that's why you'll see him lob from that same position. That's how he creates offense. Or you'll hit that double clutch attack like he just did.
Spencer doing his thing again. Look at that. He's so good at seeing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you do not get extra points for hitting the Selkirk sign on the net there. So still at 9.
Similar in our game, if you take, like, let's say short hop, which would be like, you know, a quick attack, my hand's on the ball a shorter amount of time, so I can't create as much with it. So that those short hops are tough to control because you have just such a quick amount of time where you've got to really commit to what you have immediately versus if I can kind of like back up and roll it or inside out and create some stress for the other team.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Very
match
similar
point.
pickleball.
Oh.
And the backhand overhead was thwarted, and it is Pat winning the Smith battle over Spencer with a great assist from Callan Dawson. So Pat Smith and Callan Dawson really solid, sort of, you know, back to put a bow on this. The narrative they wanted is the point construction for the most part favored the way they like to play, and that's the way the scoreboard looked as well. So it is the Skechers Invitational here at the Riviera Country Club. We'll be back with the next match after this.
New People Pickleball.
Bending down to the ground to put on your shoes is kind of a pain. Until now. Introducing new Skechers Slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Just step in and off you go. Putting your shoes on has never been easier. Plus, they're even machine washable. Go hands-free with your footwear with new Skechers Slip-ins.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to Center Court. I've got Pat Smith, Callan, Dawson here with me. Guys, you played really smart, solid pickleball on your side of the court. Did you discuss this matchup beforehand?
Not really that much. I mean, we just played our game. I was trying to not be too stupid, which I'm prone to, and Callan just did his thing. I mean, he's so good and so solid with his hands and everything, and so patient with his dinks, and obviously the lobs. So, yeah, hats off to him.
Well, Callan, we've seen you coming back for the second half of the season playing just incredible pickleball last weekend, already this weekend doing the same thing. What's your secret?
I mean, really no secret. All these players are super good. Both these guys we just played now, Spencer and AJ, both have unreal hands, so can't really take too many chances. So I just kind of believe in just moving the dinks around, being patient, trying not to hit the same spot too many times, and just wait as long as possible for the right shot to attack.
Anything to do with that brand new paddle you've got?
I want to say no, but I think it's the paddle. It's not me. I don't know.
No, never. Patrick, you've got somebody really special in the audience. In fact, two people. Who are they?
My parents are here from Germany, so hadn't seen them in like 5 years. So it's pretty special for them to be here and watch me for the first time live, not on YouTube or Facebook.
Absolutely. Welcome to America. Guys, thanks. We'll take it back to the court now. I mean, they've been here.
It's a gas card. You can always use gas.
Always.
Wait, but you have a...
Thank you.
Hey, do we need gas?
Nope.
How about now?
Still no.
Hey, remember Daddy's birthday's tomorrow?
A gas card. I could use this.
Hey, that... Evolve your journey beyond the pump in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are at the Skechers Invitational. And as I said, I'm going to have nonstop fans of pickleball, knowledgeable guests, and great job by Casey Patterson and Collin Johnson. Now I've got one of the top senior players and strategists in the game, Scott Crandall, in the house. Scott, welcome.
Hi, Dave. It's great to be here.
Great to have you. Scott is, of course, not just a fan of the sport, but a local. So you can give us some sense of, tell us a little bit about, this is a storied golf property we're on, certainly. So it's awesome to see pickleball here at the Riviera Country Club.
Yeah, Riviera Country Club is a phenomenal property. This is a great place to play golf and play tennis and play pickleball. And here we go.
Let's play pickleball. Irina Tereshenko serving to Leigh Jansen, and Pat Smith does not get much of a chance to even go say hi to his parents as he's right back on the court here.
His parents are all business. They want to see him play.
For sure. And there you see Jay Devilliers. So you got Devilliers and Jansen versus Tereshenko and Smith again. 2 games to 11. If we split, we'll go to the fast breaker. We'll talk about that later if necessary. Nice two-handed finish by Leigh Jansen, of course, refuting the idea that the backhand can't cover the middle. It sure can, Scott.
All the top ladies have great two-handers these days, it seems. It's working so well, a lot of the men are developing two-handers, I've noticed.
Just gives you, there's on cue right there. Gives you a little more stability, a little more pop with the left hand, and disguise for sure. Now you give up a little bit in reach and you can get jammed up with it, but can't be a bigger proponent than myself with the two-handed backhand.
It's your strongest shot, isn't it?
It's my fave.
I think disguise is the key word. I think the disguise of it is what makes it such a good shot.
Tereshenko sneaks one down the line.
It's a nice little half attack. She just kept it low. Didn't hit it as hard as she could, but the height is what won the point for her.
Just wide from Pat Smith there. Tried to catch that severe angle. Got to be careful not to give up an ATP there, of course.
Jay can get out there quickly if the ATP is available. He's looking for it.
And he's got not just the reach and the length, but the athleticism to go with all that. He can get that 6'3" frame moving in a hurry. So again, we're at the Skechers Invitational. We're going to see a lot of new matchups today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And obviously tomorrow is a big day for the sport of pickleball, as it will make its debut on a 3-letter network on CBS tomorrow, Scott. It's very exciting.
That is outstanding.
1 o'clock Pacific from this very court. The overrun. Ernie stays in it, though. And Jansen again ready with the two-hander in the middle, just catches the tape.
Yeah, the ball was left up just a bit, and Irina took advantage and just attacked it.
Great job by Tereshenko of making Devilliers hit 2 or 3 more balls after a high third from her partner.
Irina's scramble defense is really outstanding.
Fun to see Pat and Jay on opposite side, long time partners on the men's side.
Yeah, I played with them for a few hours yesterday. They enjoy playing with and against each other. A lot of banter constantly.
And we talked about what makes a partnership fun, and you know, being loose and be able to play freely is a big part of that, and you got to find that, and that's where good partnerships come. And we heard Casey talking about that in volleyball, and it certainly carries over here at all levels.
Yeah, I mean, Jay is one of the loosest, most charismatic, fun players on tour. So it's always fun. It's always fun to play with Jay. I think and I think Pat is one of the more serious guys, so it makes them a good combo. Jessie, you know, that Jay and Jessie play a lot. Jessie's the serious one, and Jay like keeps things light. It makes for a good combo.
So we'll be seeing LA's own Jessie Irvine here, and even though we are in LA and it's Irvine, California, it is Jessie Irvine, so don't make that mistake if you get to see her play. There's an Ernie thwarted, but stays in the point. That is the challenge. If you are going to roll a backhand dink, you've got to rally back to the middle if you leave it up, because it is your responsibility, because you got to have your partner cover down the line. That is just beautiful from Devilliers there on the short return.
It's a high degree of difficulty drive to keep it down, get it rolling down from that short of the court.
Because when you only have 44 feet to deal with to begin with. Good read by Tereshenko there, but then the ball was too close to the net, so nice counter to the move that she had in play.
5-5-1.
Yeah, that drive's actually harder than the one he made because of the depth in the court.
The ball just took too long to get there.
Another good drive by Devilliers, and that's the challenge of unwinding the stack. You got to get over there and get set and cover. Big serve makes that even harder.
Yeah, that is pretty much the standard strategy when you know they're going to unstack. Big serve wide, followed by a big cross-court drive to the person running cross-court to cover.
There it is again, and it pays dividends until Tereshenko comes up with tremendous defense and finishes with that two-hander we talked about. So dig themselves out of the unwind there.
Irina turned defense into offense in one quality shot.
And that's what, if you're new to watching pickleball, that, you know, sort of like hockey, one nice play and suddenly you're off and running into an offensive position. That's quality kitchen play by Leigh Jansen, and Pat Smith's trying to look for a place to sneak in and support Tereshenko. Couldn't do it on that one.
Well, that's the value of staying at the kitchen when you're dinking. You can attack a high ball if it floats, but if you're behind the kitchen line, you can't attack anything high. It won't get to you.
Yeah, and there's a good rule of thumb. If your opponent is just going to be happy resetting, keep hitting it at them and see if they can keep doing it. Couple of dainty shots from the Wichita boys there, and then Pat Smith gets it, but some friendly fire. Leigh seems to be just fine there. That's honestly some of the scariest hits people take are off their opponents, or not their opponents' paddles, but their partners' paddles. Good low ball from Tereshenko.
Tereshenko hits I consider a very offensive drop.
Yeah.
It's heading down. It's got some top spin on it. They are not easy to deal with.
That's nice. And Jansen and Devilliers looking very comfortable together on the court, and they're all black and white here. And Devilliers mockingly says good serve. But sometimes, quite frankly, that change-up serve is the one that does create more errors because you have to add the spin and the pace to the return instead of using the pace you get.
I sometimes question the strategy of hitting the same hard ball to a pro. It's not going to throw them off at all. Change their eye angle and throw that lob up every once in a while. People sometimes are afraid to miss, so they'll be more conservative with the return.
Irina, Tereshenko, again, as you mentioned, if you stay on the line and you reach in, opportunities exist, and she took advantage of that one.
Well, she played it perfectly, too. She didn't overdo it. I like the way Jay is playing this game. He has so much different improv stuff. He gets the, when you hit it behind him, he hustles over and hits a nice soft shot. He's doing all those little things, all those intangibles pretty well, and it's fun to watch him play when he's making all of the improv.
And I think it comes down to how solid is everything around the improv. Did we build the stage right? Did we do we have the fundamentals down? Because the rest of it is beautiful, and it has led them to a game point here. Oh my, and sorry not sorry on game point as it trickles over after a lot of athleticism. But again, Jansen playing really, really well on her side, and Devilliers doing a lot to be menacing, but not too much to create a problem for the score of his team.
Dropping a lot of money on sunglasses always seemed crazy to me. I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays. Polarized shades at a great price that you can try for 30 days risk-free. And even if you lose or break them, just let us know and we'll send you a free pair. Plus, every order helps fight hunger in America. And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. For 20% off your first order, go to shadyrays.com now and use code TV20.
All right, welcome back. We're at the Skechers Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Beautiful day for pickleball. A lot of new fun matchups. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall. And it is Leigh Jansen serving here in game two. Really impressive game one by her and Jay Devilliers. And Devilliers comes roaring in. A little late, a little off the edge of the paddle. He's smiling away, but guess what? 1-0.
1-0-2.
So that speed up from Leigh was a little telegraphed. Her swing got bigger, and the ball was kind of low, which makes it a tough shot, and Pat was all over it.
Very nice by Smith, under control there. And it's degrees of telegraphing. Like from the baseline, you bring it up, we know you're going to drive, that's fine. At the kitchen line, that's where you want to make everything look as similar as you can, because then anyone that's just even a half a second late at the kitchen line, you're ahead of the game with that.
Yeah, and exactly. It needs to, if what you normally do changes, then they'll know it's coming. Like I find that Collin Johns takes big preparations for even dinks.
Yeah.
So you never know what's coming because they all look the same and they're all maybe a little more fluid and longer. And some people have short moves. But if you have a short move all the time and then you take a backswing, well, we know something might be on the way.
We know that the alarm has been breached, and let's get everybody ready.
And that's why it's fun. I love to watch AJ Koller play because he doesn't take any backswing. No. He just flicks, and you just don't know what's coming, where it's going. There's no tell. I shouldn't say there's no tell. I think when AJ's tongue is out of his mouth on the right side, he's going to flick backhand. When he sticks his tongue out on the left side, he's going to flick forehand.
You never know what you have to read. Sometimes it is tongue positioning. Know your opponents, folks. Look at this. There's the flying Frenchman. The ball before was actually the tougher ball. That backhand stab off of Pat Smith's paddle was nice. A little deep from Jansen, just trying to lay it in there. And a couple of first volleys have not been made here, and that has afforded a little lead for Tereshenko and Pat Smith.
And I would give Irina a lot of credit there because her drives and just her average attack ball has been so low over the net. She's asking a tough question and she's getting some errors out of that quality shot. And she's not hitting it as hard as she can. She's hitting it her kind of her normal high percentage shot, but it's the height over the net that is really winning her points.
Again, Tereshenko just relentless pressure, and as Ron Ponder, our referee, calls it, we're at 7-2. And Jay Devilliers and Leigh Jansen have seen enough. This is a runaway train here in game 2. Pat Smith and Irina Tereshenko looking very good in game number 2 here at the Skechers Invitational. We're just outside of LA at the Riviera Country Club. Beautiful day for pickleball. Slight little breeze. You can see some of the overhead shots there, and this is the tune-up to national TV tomorrow. CBS, 1 o'clock Pacific. Big day in the world of pickleball. Why don't you describe, Scott, you're a local, where are we in relation to the beach and the airport, and where are we at here?
Say it's kind of Santa Monica adjacent, probably a mile from the ocean as a bird flies. So we have a little nice ocean breeze. The weather is great here, which is why this property is amazing.
Oh my, and the timeout and then the dreaded divorce ball return, just both of them staring at it.
That's the one thing you get when you have
new
different
partnership.
pairings.
Okay, so the timeout is highly effective. Feel like we say that a lot, Scott. So don't take them home. Don't make a paper mache out of them, use them. Trouble in the transition for Jansen there. They'll get a second crack at it here. 6-point hole though. Good move by Pat. He says sorry. He doesn't mean it. His parents are in the house watching. Nice finish again. If you're tall, use that reach as your advantage.
Yeah, nicely set up with Irina's defense. Yes. She defended from behind the kitchen line, hit a had a really good offensive reset, and then squeezed right back in, and Pat's long arms took advantage.
Just what?
He was too ready.
Yes, out in front. And Pat saw a chance and just a little too low.
The chance was there. If that dink had floated, Pat would have looked like a champ. But Leigh hit a quality dink that got down quickly.
Oh, and that goes deep as well. So a little dent in the score here. Still down 5 here in game 2. Tereshenko might have hit an out ball there off the backhand roll of Devilliers. Careful, Leigh. And ironically, the Skechers sign is in play there.
Right in the center.
Beautiful finish there. Pat punishes a ball that's up.
Yeah. But again, Irina seems to be setting these up with quality shots, and Pat is there ready to finish them. Good teamwork.
And they're now within 3. Can they keep this comeback going? Good leave by Tereshenko there.
Good leave. Well, she was able to leave it because her ball got below the net, and so she's able to know, well, if they hit it hard, it has to be up. Let me let it go.
Oh, and off the tape there. Helps out Jansen. Still at 9. Beautiful drop there. And we have a game point that would force a fast breaker here. Great hands by Smith. So we will go to the fast breaker format. To reset, if you're just joining us, the way this works is that each player will get 1 chance to serve, as many as they can get before there's a side out. So you could get 0 on your individual serve, you could get 5.
Okay.
One team will go first, the second team will go the next 2, and then the team that goes first will have a chance to answer with the other server on their team. Whoever has the most at that wins the match. If we're tied, we will play 1 point, 1 rally, rally scoring, whoever wins that takes the fast breaker. So a lot of fun. We saw Allyce Jones and Callie Smith win the first ever Skechers Invitational fast breaker earlier
by a score of
1-0. So 1 was enough. So the strategy here, Scott, is do you want to take that first serve if you win the toss so that you know as the fourth that what number do we got to deal with here, or would you rather bunch those up and then maybe have a better position on the tied up point because you'd be receiving?
Yeah, I think I would rather receive first so that I could be receiving in the case of a tie.
Okay.
If I'm receiving, that's like, I don't know, if we do a distribution of how often am I going to be ahead, behind, or tied. Well, if I'm ahead, I'm good. If I'm tied, I'm receiving. So that would be my take.
All right, so here we go. Tereshenko will serve first, and will get as many as she can get for her team here in the fast breaker.
Here we go. 9 in, 0-0-1.
Goes with just the lob serve. Okay. So they get 1 on the board, and this is the advantage potentially of going first because you can put a lot of pressure on the other team. We expect people to play this more by the book. Try and get to the kitchen line, not do anything too snazzy to start with. There's a nice attack by Devilliers. All right, so now Jansen will serve. So 1 on the Tereshenko serve. She's done serving. Now how many can they get on the Jansen serve? Down 1. Wills it over, but not that one. So Devilliers must get at least 1 here or we are done.
Definitely a big advantage to score first.
And that will do it. It is Pat Smith and Irina Tereshenko winning the fast breaker again by the score of 1-0. So much pressure in that little pocket of play to determine a title. So Tereshenko and Pat Smith with his parents in the house they got to be loving it. He's undefeated.
Yeah.
So another exciting fast breaker. We'll be back with our next match after this.
Bending down to put on your shoes, kind of a pain in the ass. But with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down. And without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. To make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
All right, Dave Fleming back here at the Skechers Invitational. Irina Tereshenko and Pat Smith get the victory. And Pat, you mentioned getting the chance to play in front of your parents. Just, we have so much family that it requires to get to this level. What is it like to play in front of them? Is there extra pressure, or are you just having such joy playing in front of them?
No, there's no pressure. I'm just loving that they're here. You know, COVID happened. I wasn't able to see them for so long, and I'm just enjoying every second to spend with them and to play out here in front of them.
I love it. Irina, we're here again playing with some new partners. What does that require to be out here and to be able to put together a winning performance when you're playing with a very talented player, but maybe with someone you haven't played a lot with?
Well, Pat and I actually played quite a bit together, but I feel like these are, anytime I play in California, and especially at this place, Riviera Country Club, it's like a home court for me. So thank you guys for coming out. Doesn't matter who my partner is, we're going to have a great time and get the fans behind us.
Yeah, the fans here are exceptional. They're loving the pickleball, so thank you, fans. So, Pat, we have sort of a new tiebreaker here that puts a lot of pressure on the point very quickly. What was it like to play in, like, we got to do something in a hurry here. This is going to be over.
It's really strange, to be honest with you. It definitely does put a lot of pressure on you because you can't make any errors. And you definitely want to pick serve first. That's definitely true.
So you pick serve first, and you get your second win of the day. Irina, what are you looking forward to for the rest of the Skechers Invitational? You got a lot of matches throughout the next few days.
I'm looking forward to great pickleball, sick tricks, and looking for Jessie Irvine to hit some trick shots.
All right, the local Jessie Irvine has been called out here, folks. So give it up. Pat Smith and Irina Tereshenko are your winners. We'll be right back with more great pickleball here at the Skechers Invitational.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it.
AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Ready yet?
Not yet, buddy.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8? I sure can try.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall, and we got more mixed action, and Ben Johns and Annalie Waters will be on the court, but across from each other. In fact, Ben Johns will be playing against both of his usual partners here as his brother, Collin Johns, his normal men's partner, and Annalie Waters, his normal mixed partner, will be on the other side. Now his partner is the very formidable Callie Smith. So we got quite a treat in front of us here, Scott.
Yeah, I think we saw a match similar to this last weekend, and Leigh and Collin put up a great match against Ben and Jessie, I believe it was last week. So I expect something very, very similar here, but it's like I really enjoy watching Collin and Leigh play because Collin, I mean, last week he was playing the right side, which he is, a specialist at, and then, Leigh, who is pretty much as good as any of these guys, can play the left side all day long, and they really are a tough team. So this will be a high-level fun match to watch.
There's no doubt Collin and Leigh would like a little revenge from the match you mentioned. That was a very tight 3-game affair last week, just up the road here in Southern Cal. All right, let's play pickleball. Callie Smith, the serve to Collin Johns. And Ben comes over, but a little too much pace on the dink from Collin to be able to get set.
Second serve.
So I think that the first match of the day for 3 out of 4 of them, right? Callie played once already.
Yes, Callie played in the first. And
the other 3, this is their first match.
Their debut
so
here.
So we're going to give them 4 points to warm up.
Yeah.
No harm done.
No. Turn just catches the line. And there's what we talked about. Leigh can take over the middle of the court. I don't care who's on the court. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, she. That's kind of what this format of changing partners all the time kind of demonstrates how good she is. It doesn't matter who her partner is or who she's playing against. She more than holds her own against any of these guys.
Oh my! Here we go. That's in. Oh, and Leigh goes for a wicked roll that's just wide.
1-0-2.
Ben Johnson served to his older brother, Collin Johns. There you see some of the indecision. Ben and Callie have not played a lot together. Leigh looking for that ball and wisely lets that one sail deep.
0-1-1. Second serve.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch Callie to see. It can't be that easy knowing how much do I get out of Ben's way and what's my ball and what is his.
That one being a perfect example. Especially when you're talking about somebody who is usually the alpha on her teams, especially in women's. I mean, she brings big pace, big court coverage. I mean, she's got all kinds of athleticism.
Yeah, and her kitchen style is really being on the kitchen line and leaning forward. Well, if you're there, it's hard to get out of Ben's way if you need to.
Nice rolling volley there. Yeah, because we see some of the ladies get very comfortable giving that ground to Ben so he can get in there and dictate the point. Nice finish by Johns there.
Nice construction by Johns. It's like one to the side, good one to the middle, and let me clean up the winner.
and then to be able to hold, that's the advantage of the two-handed backhand. She just left it there and was able to not panic when it hit the tape.
2-2-2.
Beautiful first stick volley by Leigh Waters, and nice finish by Collin.
2-2-1. Second serve.
Again, just keeping your opponent back. If they're back,
2-2-2.
make it hard on them.
Side out.
So what do you like what you've seen from either side here so far, Scott?
Well, I keep looking at Callie to see how does she manage the space with Ben, and she's doing it very well. We're a handful of points in, and she's already figured out where she needs to be, and yet still playing her game aggressively.
Leigh goes for that two-handed roll. Beautiful point there. Looked like one of their practice clinics in Austin for a minute there with the Johns boys going at each other.
Yeah, well, I mean, Collin was going cross-court with Callie, and I think Ben would probably prefer that Ben go cross-court with Leigh.
Callan had a good look at one there, just a little too much on top of it and pushed it deep.
I think he was surprised at how high that was. I do enjoy sitting this close and getting to watch how Leigh hits her two-handed dink and all of her two-handed shots. There is a nice cadence and rhythm to it, which is why it's such a quality shot. It's a good lead by Collin. He saw that Callie was hitting a ball hard from too low. And he knew, I mean, I'm just going to olay this ball and watch it go out.
Just don't get hit.
But you've got to recognize where are they attacking from? Because if they're attacking from too low, this is not a ball I want to get involved in.
And Collin lets all of Southern California know to let that one go.
3-4-2. Side out. Four, 3-1.
Don Stanley, the referee for this match here at the Skechers Invitational. We got mixed, we got men's, we got women's, we got new and old partnerships. It's going to be fantastic 3 days. Great job by Callie Smith of having that paddle up and ready.
Yes, like she doesn't have to get ready because
she is ready.
Her defense is just solid. She's always expecting it to be coming fast.
You know, that's a mentality that players at all levels can adopt. It's hard to get there for some, but if you're always looking for it to be fast, you can adjust to a slower ball.
Second serve, 5-3-2.
That's a nice job by Colin John, just sitting on the line. Got to trust your partner to have the middle. He's got a very trustworthy partner.
Side out.
Okay, so a little strategy talk from these two as Leigh, you see there, gets the serve going. That's a great point all the way around as both sides went from defense to offense and back, and it's ultimately Big Brother that gets the winner. And there's the movement from Leigh Waters.
Her ability to poach is a bigger weapon, I think some people appreciate. I mean, she even got Ben on that. You'd think he would know.
Good leave there, and suddenly it is Leigh and Collin with the lead.
6-5-1.
Big screen, no, but Leigh will take the winner instead, and this train is rolling right now, and a timeout is indeed called. So Collin Johns and Leigh Waters are now dictating the play at the kitchen line, setting themselves up for a impressive comeback. Can they keep it going? We'll see right after this.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
All right, we are back. Collin Johns, Leigh Waters on a rampage. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall, and a timeout was called by Callie Smith and Ben Johns to sort of settle this down. Don Stanley calls us back in, and here we go. That is gorgeous by Leigh Waters.
Collin and Leigh have, these last 4 or 5 points, they put some nice combos together. They're not doing it in one shot. They're picking the right ball to attack and then following up with.
Collin cannot believe it. He had full scorpion ready. He actually got his brother to hit the ball he wanted. He's like, here's your toy, I'm taking it. And oh man, it just caught the tape. That's in. That's in. And it is Leigh Waters that starts the fight there in the middle and catches Callie. Just jammed her up a little bit, Scott.
9-5-2. Yes, sir.
just can't quite make the reset.
These are some great exchanges, though. The hand speed of these four.
5-9-1.
Chooses to go cross-court attack after trying one at Callie Smith, and Ben was up to that attack. Big serve goes just deep. You know, in the point before, we saw another ATP just get defended like nothing.
Yeah,
like,
we're seeing the Ernie's defended now, too. That's just a thing.
Just, you know, part of the game. It used to be clean winners everywhere. That's how much everyone is changing and getting better with the strategy. Oh, and Collin goes for just a little too much on the angle off the one that just dribbled over.
7-9-2.
It's always a delicate shot.
Yes. CJ unable to come in there and finish after both sides made ridiculous saves, Scott.
Leigh had a high two-hander. She pounded it down, and Ben just put his paddle in a perfect spot on the floor and just dug it out.
Just wide, so they crawl all the way back within one. What a battle here. Again, Ben John staring down his usual two partners. Okay, and the Don Stanley referee alarm clock blares out. No, no, no. We have to get that for your phone. You will never not get up for an appointment.
Clip it and ship it.
Yeah. Oh, and Leigh couldn't get the paddle out of there, and you know, Collin has such a good read of what's in and out. That ball's likely deep, but sometimes when you're engaged, you just can't. Nice finish. You know, the other thing that Ben does, especially playing with the new players, you'll hear him say coming if he sees a ball that is attackable, just giving as much information as he can to his partner.
Point, 9-9-2.
That's when you just got to throw away. I'm going to make that 99 out of 100. That was the one.
Yeah. I mean, it's caused by all the good defense Ben and Callie have been playing, but she won't miss that again for another 6 months.
That's a great attack across the body. If you're sitting there, it's hard to get the paddle ready.
Reminder, the game's a win by one. 9-9-1.
What?
Thanks, Don. Win by one.
Beautiful job of Leigh Waters patrolling the line, and they have a game point here.
10-9-1.
This is what I thought I would see more of.
Yeah.
Collin and Callie going cross court.
Oh, and it is Anna Leigh that speeds it up. Ben was ready, but she was ready for that reply. And it is halfway to the revenge. Anna Leigh and Collin lost to Ben and Jessie last week. Can they finish the deal in game 2? We will find out after this.
Competitors are seeing different partnerships.
Bending down to put on your shoes? It's kind of a pain in the ass, but with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down, and without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
All right, we are back. Colin Johns and Anna Leigh Waters take game number 1. And it is the power of Anna Leigh Waters getting us started here.
I mean, not just the power, but how quickly she reloads. Bang, bang, bang. I mean, she's ready and on the next ball.
Oh, she saw that coming and just got on top of it. Yeah, and with the two-handed backhand, it's easy to follow through all the way across your body and not be ready. She doesn't do that. She's ready. Oh my, so both ladies have the Ernies set up perfectly and aren't able to execute them.
0-1-2. Start out.
The Ernie defense is getting so good. When you jump that corner, you know you got to do something with the ball.
Oh, and the net pays dividends for Johns and Waters.
2-0-1. Second serve.
They got a bunch back, but that one's not usually coming back.
Yeah, once that net cord pops it up, you're way behind.
Side out. Zero, 2-1.
just wide from Collin Johns, trying to sneak it behind his brother.
It's tough because they know each other so well. It's so difficult for the attack to work.
Callie Smith executed a full dink without hitting the ball there. That is gorgeous defense of Ben Johns trying to take over a point. And they said not right now.
But your point before about Callie executing the dink behind Ben, that's actually good. Gets perfect partnership.
Yeah.
Don't assume he's going to get it. Be ready.
Goodness, the defense. And she comes flying in with all the force of the two-hander, and Ben is ready.
That's about the third time I've noticed that she's fired at Ben's body, and he's been on it every time. Collin's defense in the middle, amazing.
Just ridiculous point here. Who is going to blink first? And once again, it is Ben Johns who thwarts a big drive by Leigh Waters after way too many beautiful aggressive dinks in the middle of a point.
Well, there were, I mean, probably close to 10 attacks that were reset, blocked, and just neutralized. The defense was spectacular by all four.
Side out.
Finally gets the finish there, but you got to hit 11 winners just to hit one. It's unbelievable.
3-3-1.
See, that's why it's fun to get Ben playing against his partners, because then you get a good combination of all the best players playing against each other, and
oh, and Leigh just she might have been just a tad late, and no one cares. Found a ridiculous angle there. Yeah, plus you got John's family bragging rights going on here as well.
4-3-1. Second serve at 4-3-2.
As aggressive as she can play, her choices are usually so specifically on point. That one just a little low for that. And Collin Johns making his first appearance on the left. And speeds it up, and it pays off.
Yeah, Collin has a nice repertoire of speed ups, and they work very well against everyone but Ben.
Lucky for him, he doesn't have to play against him very often. So suddenly, Leigh Waters and Collin Johns have snuck in front, much like they did in game number 1, and they were able to hold that lead. So a timeout is called again. Will they be able to hold it, and will the partners be able to beat Ben and Callie today?
Johns?
What do we got, Parenteau?
Another one.
Shame. Third one this week. Any suspects?
Not yet. We'll send these to the lab.
All right. Let's take a look.
What do you think?
Bring me the jigsaw.
All right, we are back. Ben Johns, Callie Smith have called timeout. Leigh Waters and Collin Johns really pushing to get a victory here at the Skechers Invitational. Ben says, enough of this, big brother.
You might know where it's coming, but if you can hit it hard enough,
it doesn't matter.
It's not coming back.
And there's a ball that Leigh was on and then thought maybe Collin's taking it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of attacks in Ben's direction that are just not working. I would prefer to attack Ben's partner, whoever that is. Not that I mean, Callie's defense is phenomenal, but I would just attack not Ben.
And there they were able to get them behind in the point again, and they're within 1 here.
5-6-1.
Callie had a great shot from well behind the kitchen line.
And a nice flick roll. So she knows she's going to get opportunities because they're going to maybe take a ball, like you said, not attack Ben, attack her, but maybe not the perfect ball to attack her. And she is ready again. We're tied up. And that is a gorgeous ATP because it was never more than an inch above the ground.
Yeah, that'll make it tough to defend. Collin was in a good position to defend an average ATP. That one was above average.
Oh, and just pure filth on that ball.
From so low.
Yes.
When you're on the receiving end of that, there's no way it can go in. So I'm going to let that go. Oh, it's in.
So that's one of those where you go, okay, that's just, okay, just freaking take that point. It's yours. You tried a really difficult ball, and
I'm glad I was here to watch it.
Yeah. So quickly, now it's the other Johns calling timeout. So can Ben and Callie keep the train running? We'll see after this.
Ben, you've got to give it up. You're stepping out of bounds.
I'm so close, Parenteau. This goes all the way to the top. I'm talking refs, commentators, food vendors.
But how can you prove this?
It's so simple.
Bring me the jigsaw.
All right, we are back. It is Annalie Waters and Collin Johns who called timeout. They are now trailing by 2. And again, Ben ready for the attack.
Ben ready, but I mean, I feel like Ben and Callie's comeback. Callie has hit some excellent shots that have made the difference to give him this 3-point lead.
And certainly under attack there, had a beautiful reset in the middle of that point. So they're rolling and it continues, and that's just stupid. That's just... He shows the same, again, we talk about disguise with the one hand. He shows the same and look and just flicks it over there, and they are on game point here. Double bouncer, the crowd loves it. Okay. Okay, so Big Brother said, I'm sick of your counters. I got a counter for yours. Saves 1 game point.
That was well done by Collin. His paddle was sitting at the perfect angle to get it down.
Okay, so they are able to prolong this game. Now, can they keep the ball for a while? A bunch of runs so far. In fact, all day here. And there they get one. I talked to Collin when he was in the booth, and when you have kind of new partners, he's not surprised there's been so many runs because you're not as comfortable working with a partner to either dig out of a problem or just getting used to what's going to make you successful.
That makes sense.
Second serve, 17-2.
Nice job by Callie Smith there.
17-2.
Again, hitting down. Not quite ready there, so they were able to get one, but a 3rd game point and a faster breaker on the horizon if we get there. And we will get there. Okay, so 3rd match of the day where we split, and we are going to the fast breaker. So again, if you're just joining us, this is quick. That's why it's the fast breaker, Scott. Each player gets to serve once. They get as many as they can when they serve. It could be 0, it could be 5. Whoever goes first gets the first chance. The other team gets both of their chances. And then it goes back, if needed, to the 4th player. If we have a tie, we play 1 rally, and that is sudden death.
So I will, I'll take whichever team scores first is the favorite.
Okay, so Scott's going with whoever gets the first point is... It's certainly proven that answer so far. So We talked to Collin about this earlier too. Do you play a little less high risk, high reward, meaning shake and bake's more difficult in this because it is truly a high risk, high reward. When you only get one chance, do you want to just get to the kitchen and dictate? So it is Collin who will serve. So they'll have the first serve. Callie and Ben will have the second and third, and then Allyce if necessary. All right, so nothing on the first opportunity. So now can Callie and Ben put a big number on the board?
0-0-1.
Callie will serve until stopped. So they get one. So Callie will continue to serve.
1-0-1.
Oh, and Ben has something he wanted and hits it down just a bit. So now Ben will serve for as many as they can get. They've got one in the bank. All right, they get a second one, so 2-0. Ben to serve, big advantage here. Now they've already got two. Allyce still will get a chance to serve. And Ben comes flying in, and now the deficit gets dangerous. Now you put a lot of pressure on there with getting three.
3-0-2.
And now you start to get a little ahead of yourself, and not that you can't get 4 on Allyce's serve to tie this up, but you hope it's just 4.
You would need 5 because the tiebreaker.
All right, so they stop it, but all right. Okay, so 0-4, 4 to tie, 5 to win.
0-4-1.
Okay. Ben sneaks in there and comes up a little short, so the opportunity continues here. 1-4.
1-4-1.
Oh my, and Allyce has a great look at it but can't finish. So Ben Johns again gets the victory over his two usual partners. Obviously, he would go to battle with a player of Callie Smith's caliber, I'm sure, any day of the week as he did today. So the fast breaker goes to Callie Smith and Ben Johns. Callie Smith now 2-0 in fast breakers.
Oh, nice.
1-1 earlier today. So very fun match. We will see all 4 of those players on CBS tomorrow at 1 o'clock Pacific time, and we will talk to the winners, hear what they think of that battle. Obviously dropped the first game, came back and really had to dig in and find their best stuff, and they were able to do that. So we'll hear from the winners right after this.
Well, welcome back to center court, everyone. I've got Callie Smith, Ben Johns after a grueling match. Guys, you looked a little frustrated in game one. What did you do to come back in game two?
Well, Ben played his game, so it was really nice. Thanks, Ben. No, we just stuck with the game plan, mix the dinks around, move it around, wait for some opportunities. And I just feel like that game plan went out in the long run.
Well, Ben, you know how badly Collin wanted this one. He's been trying to defeat you for so long, but you remain undefeated. How did you do it, and are you a little bit sorry?
Well, no, not really sorry. We enjoy competing against each other always. But luckily, he's on my side of the court most of the time. But, you know, it's always enjoyable, win or lose against him and really anything, especially pickleball, though. But, yeah, no, I think they played great. And it was a really good match for the spectators, so I enjoyed it, and I hope everybody else did, too.
Guys, what is your favorite quality in an on-court partner?
I really like communication, especially when you both know the game plan, you know what you're getting yourself into and who's supposed to be where. I just feel like it works better when you work together.
How about you, Ben?
Oh, I just want them to be good. That's all that matters. No, I'm kidding. Of course, just fun for me, really. I think I and a lot of other people play our best when we're having fun on the court, and pickleball is meant to be fun. So, yeah, whenever I'm having fun with a partner, that's the most important, I think.
Well, we have a lot more exciting matches coming up, guys. Don't go away.
Devilliers, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney.
New People Pickleball.
Bending down to the ground to put on your shoes is kind of a pain, until now. Introducing new Skechers Slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Just step in and off you go. Putting your shoes on has never been easier. Plus, they're even machine washable. Go hands-free with your footwear with new Skechers Slip-ins.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
All right, folks, we are back. Boy, the tension and the drama in this quick little fast breaker. A little money on the line. Got to play well in an instant here, Scott. I like it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch these guys. Like how risky do they go when it's like one point will pretty much seal the deal. And so we get some longer, safer points.
So going with some ingenuity here, and what you're seeing there is net cam. So that is a camera embedded right in the net that will keep bringing you throughout our coverage here. Gives you a real neat perspective of, you see Allyce Jones at the kitchen line there, and Parenteau sneaking up next to her. So always pushing. How do you bring new looks to?
Yeah, it would be fun to watch a serve go right over the top of that thing.
Yeah. So the ladies are now taking center stage. We see Leigh Waters out there for the first time. Separated from Leigh. They will obviously be back in women's together for the balance of the year, but I think the players have enjoyed the variety the last 2 weeks, Scott.
Yeah, I think it was fun last week. All the players are mixing up. Everyone is there's less tension in between matches and off the court. You're playing with everyone. It's a very fun vibe. But also the pickleball. It's fun to watch these players solve the puzzle of a new opponent with a new partner, and figure out, well, what's going to work against these guys and with this partner, and then you kind of just see that, well, fundamentals work, so let's go with that. But if you have certain trick shots or tendencies, it's like they don't always work the same if you don't have a partner that just sort of cleans it up for you. And so not every one of the shots in your bag is going to work the way it normally works.
For sure, and you get to try some shots that aren't in your bag typically, like Callie Smith, who is back on the court here, and she will of course be playing consecutive matches here. She had to sort of give, as we talked about in the coverage, give a little room and be solid and be a counter puncher, where she is often the one initiating. Did it very well in that last mixed doubles match.
I brought that up when the match first started, because there was a little dancing around. And then after about 4 points, like, she moved perfectly with Ben, gave him space when he needed it, and then she stepped in when he wasn't there, and her defense was excellent. And I also felt like in the middle of that game too, she made a couple of great shots that gave them the lead and kind of created that gap, and then just let Ben take it from there. So she partnered perfectly with Ben, which is not as easy as it might look.
No, I mean, you're like, I've got the best player in the world as a partner. Well, yeah, okay, so that's a great place to start, but then how do I complement that? How do I do my part? He sets things up for you, but what do you do to finish it? So we got the ladies on the court. We've got Leigh Waters playing with Parenteau. We've got Jessie Irvine, the local, hitting the court for the first time here. Jessie will play with Callie Smith here. Jessie and Callie, any history there, Scott?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't either.
If they've played a tournament together before. Nothing in my memory banks, but they're both very good on either side. So I don't know who's going to play what side, or if they're just going to go straight up. They both have great hands. They both have very good reach, kind of reaching forward. They're both pretty consistent dinkers, so they can be patient. They might actually make a great team, but I don't think they've done it before.
Okay, so then we've got Parenteau and Leigh Waters, and Catherine can play a similar style to Leigh if that's required, meaning press the pace, but still have that big two-hander in the middle if she goes on the right side. So,
and I don't know if it's the case, but I think they're both in Florida, so maybe they practice together a little bit, so they're probably more familiar with each other than Jessie and Callie in terms of playing games together.
And let the fireworks begin. So Here we go. You know, we love the firefights we get from the women's game, and I expect to have Leigh Waters even checking to make sure that they haven't broken the ball on point number 2. Oh, and that stays in. So there's some of the indecision. Like, that's a ball that Jessie could have taken.
Yeah, it's like if Jessie had pinched middle after Callie had hit that return, she would have been in good position, but she didn't, so she kind of assumed Callie was going to get there. And then Callie, having just played with Ben,
yes,
might have kind of trained herself into, well, you can reach it, you got it, right?
Or even if you can reach it in 3 steps, you've got it. So, yes, so that, again, just especially for Callie, changing quickly here into a different style match. Got to reset where she's at.
Yeah, and this is Jessie's first match of the day, so like, you know, that dig there was just slightly high and led to a nice shot from Leigh Waters.
Yes, we got Catherine and Callie have played. Leigh and Jessie getting their first action here at the Skechers Invitational. And that sail's just deep, so they'll get the ball back.
And that point went a little more the way Jessie likes to play her points, where she got to hit a few patient dinks, give the opponent an unattackable ball.
Second serve.
A little short on the drop from Jessie, but she'll make the adjustment and hopefully not miss again. So right there, so Jessie missed the last drop. She missed short. That one was way too high, but at least it's in play, and they were able to play great defense and steal that point. So there you go. Don't miss in the net.
Yeah, a third in the net. Doesn't matter how good your partner's defense is, you'll never find out. So just a little breeze kicking in, cooling things off ever so slightly.
Yeah, and making dinks that much harder.
Yep. Nice finish by Catherine Parenteau there. Again, we're at the Skechers Invitational, and Catherine is a Skechers sponsored player, so she certainly wants to do well today. Ooh. See that long lever that Jessie likes to use the full extension of her arm to get the whip into that ball.
Yeah, she hit the first one harder, but it was right at Leigh. The second one not as hard, but a better spot, and then Leigh missed it because she had to reach a little too far.
5-1-2.
A quick 5-1 lead here for Catherine and Leigh. Oh my, after Leigh was obscenely good on the shake and bake that ended up behind her, she was still able to keep it in play.
1-5-1.
Had a peek at an ATP there, but chose not to. Unsure of that ball after a pretty rally in the middle there.
But great defense. I mean, Callie hit that last ball from down below her knee towards her shin or her shoe, and it just floated across the middle.
And Jessie unfortunately finds net cam there, which is not worth extra points. Should be. just missed it. Catherine had a good look there, but pulled it just wide.
No man. Score 3. Yes, ma'am.
Ron Ponder, our
3-5-2.
referee, making sure everyone is in proper position. Phenomenal hands by all parties there. Okay, and there's a little fire and a little energy.
Yeah, that 5-1 deficit is, I think it's now 4-5. Or is it 1?
4-5-2.
Nice job by Parenteau of getting in the middle, and she had that opportunity before and just pulled it wide. That time she was able to finish.
Yeah, she got up on top of that one.
Game 1 here at the Skechers Invitational. Had the men out here mixed, now the ladies. Great matches all day, and that's just a ridiculous dink from Callie Smith to set that up.
Yeah, Catherine made a great get just to get that dink over the net, and Jessie had to hit a nice full extension put away.
Okay, so Jessie starts with the one-handed attack and finishes with the two-hander.
Based on how much time she had, I like having options like that. With the one, she really angled that paddle. She got the ball down, and then that set up the slower ball she could crush with 2.
You see Leigh Waters really getting low and getting under and rolling that topspin cross-court forehand dink.
Which she looks very comfortable doing that. I never like it when my opponent looks that comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you keep feeding it to them in the same spot, and they are just making it more miserable for you.
Leigh took basically the same court positioning and then ripped that forehand right at Jessie low and took the point. Well, got the side out. That's where Jessie's just 6 feet behind, and the other 3 are at the kitchen, and it just leaves space to hit to the feet.
Yeah, and it makes your attack that much more effective.
Point.
Okay, so no points earned there. Oh, and
great hands from Callie.
Really good. And then both Catherine and Leigh went to swing, and then in the interest of safety, Scott, I think both pulled their paddles out of there. See Jessie on the left side here. That works out. Now show him something different. They're going to stick with that.
4-7-1.
That stays right on the line. And a nice little roll from Catherine. Just
yeah, like putting that much topspin on a brand new court like this, which it's just, you know, it's fun playing on brand new courts where you
nice
get
and gritty.
A lot of texture to work.
Side out.
Jessie's moving through that reset, and if you're moving, you're not going to put your sweet spot on the ball.
Yeah, and your
Hold still
legs,
and keep your
your
balance.
legs are an important part of that reset. Got to have that firm base as well. So they go back to Callie on the left side here. That little flick goes deep.
I I mean, I like them going back and forth because it keeps it'll keep
1 minute.
the opponent maybe
a little off balance.
A little off balance. It's like if you can stay a half a step ahead of your opponent, you're doing something right.
You are indeed. So it is Waters and Parenteau doubling up Callie Smith and Jessie Irvine here in game number 1. Skechers Invitational, the Riviera Country Club. We'll be right back.
I already told you. Matt Wright is my lawyer.
Well, Matt Wright isn't here, is he?
I've got nothing to say to you.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Bring me the jigsaw.
Seconds.
All right, we are back, and it is Parenteau ready to serve. They have really found a nice groove together. We've seen Irvine and Smith switching sides, trying to get comfortable. They get a missed third out of the first half of the timeout stop. See if that can continue. Unfortunate for Irvine and Smith there. The ball dribbled off and then a little too much angle on that. And you have to be patient there, and Parenteau was.
Jay and I harassed Jessie about that all day yesterday, those net court dribblers.
Cross-court attacks will often go wide if you let them, because
Jeff Warnick told me that like my first month of playing. I wrote it down and had never touched one since.
There you go. You're 100.
They're always out.
Everyone's one. Okay. There you go. Heard it here first. Oh my, what a point there. And Leigh Waters was able to turn that point around in the middle, and lots of firepower. That's why the women's game is so loved.
Excellent presence from Callie to hit that. She hit a really nice deeper dink and knew if she gets out there extended, she was going to have something she could pick off, and she executed it perfectly.
Yeah, she was able to push Leigh Waters, who was looking comfortable again that we talked about before, off the line with the placement. So the net's not going to work there. So the rally is on.
Yeah, Callie has made some really nice adjustments and just changed the pattern up a little to give herself a small margin, and she's taking advantage.
Within 2 here.
That's another nice deep dink.
Again, now we've got Parenteau on the left. Callie tried the off-speed roll
Yeah, I
attack.
think she'd like that one back.
Yeah.
I think be patient. You'd probably get something better you can attack than that
you're
ball.
asking a lot for that to be a winning shot for your squad. And Catherine Parenteau is the one able to finish that exchange by going down.
Yeah, she finished it, but Leigh, you know, the first two from Leigh were outstanding.
So they've got the lead. It is just 2 now, and see if they can get to 10 and put some pressure on here. Uh-oh. That is just get out your geometry lessons and find you an angle, Jessie Irvine. Beautifully done. And Irvine.
Yeah, I don't like that attack just because when you're the receiving team, it costs you a point and you don't execute it.
And now it is a very precious point as we are going to be at game point when we are back in play here. So 10-7, 2.
When my opponent has 9 and I'm receiving, I get a little more conservative.
Yeah.
Let me work this point and see if I can. There you go, get something high.
So they were able to scrap it back, and they look like maybe they had neutralized it. But again, a by-the-book point, kept the pressure on, and they saved 1 game point. So can they put a rally together? It has been a day of rallies here at the Skechers Invitational.
And if they can in this format, if they can get a couple points in a row, it's win by 1.
Right.
So if they can get to 10 all with the ball.
10-2.
Big opportunity there. If she just chases and stays with the ball that she hit, the fall away attack by Waters was in a place where Irvine could do something with it. Wasn't able to finish, just a little late, and now another game point. Beautiful job there.
That reach out one-hander. It was deceptive. It's like hard to tell where that was going, and it just jammed up Leigh a little bit. So that's a quality
it's a
attack
really good
from
ball,
Jessie.
and it was a ball that was going to stay in too. That's the other factor there. So 3rd chance at game 1. That is too good from Leigh Waters again. Who's covering the middle? In that case, it was nobody. So Leigh Waters, Catherine Parenteau take game number 1, 11-7. They got the lead. It was chipped at, but they were able to stay ahead all the way. Very well done in game number 1, but I expect a big push from Callie Smith and Jessie Irvine in game 2. Folks, this is the Skechers Invitational from the Riviera Country Club.
It's a gas card. Can always use gas.
Always.
Wait, but you have a...
Thank you.
Hey, do we need gas?
Nope.
How about now?
Still no.
Hey, remember Daddy's birthday's tomorrow.
A gas card. I could use this.
Hey, that...
Evolve your journey beyond the pump in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
All right, folks, we are back. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall. Tomorrow, CBS coverage of our great sport. It's an exciting day, 1 o'clock Pacific. Tune in. But the play today, if we can just replicate this tomorrow with firefights, defense, offense, big drives, big resets, love to see it. So we are at Riviera Country Club. This is the Skechers Invitational. Lots of new combinations, some old combinations, some current combinations. So it makes an invitational fun. So Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau take game 1. After this point, let's talk about what Smith and Irvine need to do to force another fast breaker game 3. What are you thinking?
Well, I felt like the key, like Jessie and Callie had a nice little comeback in game 1. They got almost there by hitting, they were dinking more aggressively and then finding balls to attack rather than just pulling the trigger on some questionable low ones. That's a nice lob.
And find an angle in pickleball. So a nice lob volley a la AJ Koller there from Leigh Waters. Very well played.
0-0-2.
That's great partner protection from Leigh Waters. Did not let that ball get to her partner, was aggressive. Before we talked about opportunities to fill the middle when you are the person that's not receiving. And Leigh Waters did her job and did it well there, and then they get a missed return.
1-0-1.
That's in. Wow. We had a reset clinic going on, and then it is Irvine who is finally able to get on top of the ball and finish.
Yeah, after all of that power and that point, the winner was just the one-handed backhand facing down.
Beautiful finish from Parenteau there.
2-0-2.
Got the paddle and the ponytail out of the way there and let it sail deep.
0-2-1.
Good idea. Just
tad late.
That ball just has to get in play. Just make them play it.
Well, it also can force a question on balls later in the game if you're moving. That's a nice reach in by Parenteau there. You think the ball's going to bounce, and she takes it out of the air.
Yeah, and that was just both Jessie and Callie. Like, I think if Callie's on that ball, which I think she was, usually that forehand in the middle would cover it. But Jessie took a swing and didn't quite get to it. So.
Parenteau playing at her lightning pace. And that's a nice job by Parenteau of starting it and being ready. So two-handed backhand and then come to the forehand, know where that reply is likely to be. And she's on the kitchen line and her opponent is not. You're going to be ahead most of the time with that. And then misses the serve. It happens.
0-3-1.
See if Irvine and Smith can find some fire here, some energy. They were yapping in a very positive way early in game 1.
So all set up by a quality deep dink that they kind of the ball got floating, and then they took the offense. So one good dink set that eight shot combo.
Yes. And there's just, you know, moving the ball around, so she had to shuffle the footwork to get that dink as opposed to being set for that footwork. So nice variety. Dink middle, folks. If someone tells you not to dink middle, they are telling you wrong.
Dink middle and then cover middle.
Exactly. And there was dink middle, cover middle, and Jessie got her team ahead by doing just that. Just unfortunate, couldn't finish it.
Callie's on that ball. I mean, that's a ball Callie makes. It's like you like the way that point went if you're 100%. Jessie and Callie. Nice finish there on the other side of Callie's body. So if someone is defending on one side of their body or the other, find the other side so they're not comfortable. Just, I got my forehand ready. I'll reset all day. I have always appreciated how efficient Leigh Waters finishes high forehand putaways.
That's a great presence to. I don't care if you're in position. My pace is too much for you right there.
3-2-2. Side out.
So no one can really get a rhythm here. Little point here, a couple of side outs.
I think the quality of the returns are making the thirds tougher to be aggressive and get yourself neutralized. There's one. That's more of kind of a little unforced error there, but it was a very nice third from Callie.
At least you've gotten to the point close to 50-50, if not all the way there.
Another efficient high forehand put away from Leigh Waters.
Yeah. Just doesn't squander them. Just, you know, she pulls up to the ATM, she knows she's got money in the bank.
3-3-2.
Good spot, right at Jessie's feet. It's like Jessie couldn't volley it, couldn't short hop it, and that's just
one of those where you're like, yep, you got me. And not to the side of your body either, where you could get a paddle on it.
Hit them in the foot.
Wow.
Good wrist snap on Jessie's backhand flick. And if she hadn't hit it that hard, Catherine would have annihilated that ball. Because Catherine was on it, it just came a little too quick. Catherine was making a really nice offensive run towards the kitchen line.
There's no way that ball can come that fast, but that's why, you know, you don't see what these ladies and men do off the court, but someone that works on that wrist dexterity and strength as Jessie.
That one, T, when you're playing defense from the baseline, it's like I would want to let Callie hit that forehand rather than Jessie reaching in front of her with the backhand from all the way back there.
Yeah, to be able to cut a high backhand from that far into the court.
Yeah. Well, plus knowing your personnel. I mean, Callie, like, I don't know. I feel like she drills that a lot because I think Callie is excellent at defending from back there.
Yeah,
let her play as many of those as she can get.
And I think just, you know, new teammates, you know, that's a ball that Callie maybe knows most of the time that's hers. Certainly playing with Lucy, probably. And didn't call her off, and then there's uncertainty, and then you have a ball and a backhand that you don't want.
3-4-1.
So down one, Parenteau and Waters took game one. just stays in.
And so there's a fine line between let me hit a deep, aggressive dink to Leigh. If she lets it bounce, we're ahead. But if she reaches out, Leigh just hit a winner.
Callie all over that one. And again, we talked about Anna Leigh reloading the two-hander there. Leigh not able to do it there because I didn't like the pace of the first attack. She got behind.
It was a little forced, but nice defense.
There's hold your ground there probably and you're good. You do see her put a second hand on it, so
I would think like just instead of how hard can I hit this, but can I control my paddle and just get it over, keep it low? Yeah. If I get it over, keep it low, I'm still alive. If I hit it hard, I'm ending the point one way or the other, and unfortunately I ended it into the net.
just ridiculous. Oh, she's there. What a get. She's there.
This one's worth 3 if Jessie and Callie can.
Oh, no. And then a big swing in the midcourt after all that hustle and energy. Sometimes the adrenaline of what you did.
Yeah, you
just can't. You just like, oh, I've got a ball. Maybe I can swing at
this.
But
you need to hold the tension and,
yes.
and just keep grinding. I love that combo.
Oh man, the gets on both sides, but it is Irvine pulling them wide, then inside out, then pulls it wide, and then it's Smith with a big angle, but still had to hit one more ball because Parenteau got there. And this is a much needed timeout for everybody on the court. Lots of energy invested here at the Skechers Invitational.
Look, if we don't figure out this gravity situation, all of those astronauts are gonna die.
And the proof of alien life will be gone forever.
But we've tried everything.
We haven't tried everything. Bring me the jigsaw.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 1. Security lockdown active.
Beautiful overhead shot here, and what a day for pickleball here at the Riviera Country Club. Privileged to call this Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall and Jessie Irvine and Callie Smith. In fact, all 4 players are kind of glad that a timeout was called because a lot of energy was invested in some very long points where both sides were playing offense and defense.
Same serve. 4-16.
I feel like it was high enough. It was there. It was maybe not yellow, maybe orange.
Yeah.
But if she rolls that, I think puts her in a great position to kind of counter, combo on the next. So not a bad attack. Just didn't quite get it over the first hurdle.
On serve, no harm done. And Leigh Waters again. Has lobbed twice, both perfect, both won the point. When you haven't seen it a lot and it comes from, again, the same paddle position, it's very effective. Parenteau just wide, just didn't seem committed to that two-handed dink. Something new in the arsenal over there.
Followed by
a missed serve. So a couple freebies for Irvine and Smith. Down 3, trying to force a fast breaker game 3. Obscene get from Callie in the middle of that.
Just tougher to. That's an easier ball to put away if you are nearer the kitchen.
Yeah. And again, you talk about it when Leigh Waters has a chance to finish. Guess what? It gets finished.
Yeah, she does, but that was caused by confusion in the middle.
Yep.
Confusion on a middle dink that popped up. So good dink from the Parenteau Waters team.
Again, now you're seeing Leigh Waters put it there. See if that'll continue.
Jessie's got to reload. Like she was good for 2, but it's got stuck on the 3rd.
And Waters pulled it just enough to the other side of her body. And that will sail just deep. And Parenteau and Waters closing in on a impressive victory here. Oh, and a push off by Callie Smith. It happens to most tennis players. It'll happen where you rotate your body, left foot, you push off.
If your feet are on the kitchen, there's really no way to go back. So
right. You have to slide back, then go, or reestablish that other foot. So we're going to be looking at a match point when we come back here, Scott. What do they got to do to get the ball back and try and find a way to right this 6-point hole?
Yeah, it's just stay solid, and I would say just slightly more patience. And Catherine and Leigh Waters have just taken advantage when a ball slightly popped up, they're on it. It's like they're just a little more ready. Leigh's hit a couple of perfect lobs, and so Catherine and Leigh have kept Jessie and Callie slightly off balance, and just these small margins are enough to make the difference.
Just a little cleaner on that side too overall, and here we are at match point. Oh boy, just as I say how clean, we get one appropriately off the Skechers sign. So if you're going to hit one here, Leigh, perfect target there. She's smiling at herself there. Second chance to take the match. Great angle inside out from Jessie Irvine after clearly over the last 4 or 5 points that middle dink has set up a lot of good things for Parenteau and Waters. That time Irvine put a stop to that. Right on the line on the return.
But you got to make that 5th. It's got to go and play.
14-2.
Not sure if it was in, not sure if it's getting to me. So the not sures are a big problem in this second game here. All right, 3rd shot at a
not sure means that Leigh's hit a nice spot.
Yeah, for sure. That's a Good ball by Irvine there. Okay. Will this be it?
Game 4-2.
So the middle dink proves to be effective on the other side.
When Jessie and Callie hit quality dinks, they get something out of it. You just have to be patient enough to keep doing it.
Just deep from Callie Smith after some nice defense from Jessie Irvine.
And that's the second one. It's like, that's a good attack from Callie. That ball's attackable, and she just slightly missed it.
Yeah, those are the margins we're talking about here. And we saw this a lot last week in these one-handed backhand flick. The percentage has not been outstanding. And there's another one that's missed there. It's something for, I think, everybody to take a look at. Uncertainty in the middle strikes again.
Yeah, and when a righty is on the right, so when Leigh's hitting her forehand from the sideline, like, whose middle is that? And it's usually the person on the right side. In that case, it was Jessie's backhand.
Yeah.
But it was in Callie's forehand wheelhouse too, and so that's just Leigh Waters finding a good spot.
Look at that get by Parenteau. And that will do it. So Parenteau earns it on that last point. She and Waters look very good. Convincing victory there. Ahead the whole time and just never got pushed a little bit, but their quality was just a little better than Irvine.
They were a little sharper. Their offense, their attacks were a little better. They were more efficient putting away the points where they're already ahead. So yeah, they earned it.
Yeah, when they got ahead, they stayed ahead, and so they take it. So impressive job by Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match features Ben Johns.
We're at the Skechers Invitational, and this is Riviera Country Club.
And Tyler Loong, folks, who's
Well, welcome to Center Court one more time. I'm here with Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters. Guys, incredible pickleball out there. You all played incredibly solid, all four ladies on the court doing their part. What made the difference in this one?
I think the fact that we kept switching sides when things were not going right. You know, sometimes they were up big and then they would come back a few points and we were able to communicate and just switch sides, and I think that made a big difference.
Well, yeah, Leigh, I know you prefer to play the left. You like that aggressive position. Why is that so integral to your game?
Yeah, I like the left just because I feel like I can be a little bit more aggressive, but actually I'm starting to really enjoy the right, and I think I was probably on the right more with Catherine. Yeah, I feel good on both sides now.
Is that something that you're able to switch with Catherine, but usually you stay on the left with Annalie, right? So you can play around with this with another partner?
We'll see. No, yeah, I mean, I think Annalie and I are just going to move around and do what feels right.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we love California, obviously, but I want to know what's your favorite venue and favorite time of year to be playing pickleball.
San Clemente was pretty nice in June, but this is pretty nice. How about that? It's a beautiful venue, and Skechers is the main title, so we're super happy to be here with Skechers.
Well, I know you're going to Toronto. We hope next year that's on the schedule, so we hope we're going to finally get there after 3 years of not being able to get there. Are you excited for that if that happens?
Yeah, super excited. I'm already talking to my family, and I'm sure they're going to make it if we end up going to Toronto, so that'll be cool.
How about you, Leigh?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually never been to Toronto, so I'm excited for it, and we'll definitely be there too. So I'm looking forward to Toronto as well.
Lots of fun stops in store for us for the rest of this year and all of next, of course. We're going to take you back to the court after this quick break.
Dropping a lot of money on sunglasses always seemed crazy to me. I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays. Polarized shades at a great price that you can try for 30 days risk-free. And even if you lose or break them, just let us know and we'll send you a free pair. Plus, every order helps fight hunger in America. And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. For 20% off your first order, go to shadyrays.com now and use code TV20.
Bending down to put on your shoes, kind of a pain in the ass. But with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down. And without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. To make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Run it. I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Hit the ground, then I go hard. Yeah, hit the ground, then I go.
Skechers Store the title sponsor of today's tournament.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and tomorrow is the day. Pickleball live on CBS. 1 o'clock local, 4 o'clock Eastern. We are excited that this will be the inaugural pickleball event. It's going to be incredible tomorrow, Scott. It shows where pickleball just keeps elevating. It's mentioned all the time, and now, boom, CBS. So tune in tomorrow, pickleball fans. Tell your friends, tell your loved ones that love the sport. They're going to see a great show. We've seen a great show all day on this court, and this very court is the one that will be featured tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this matchup right here, Tyler and Tyson against Callan and Ben. I always enjoy watching Callan Dawson play because he's just such a good dinker. The variety of his lobs are always fun to watch, and especially when he's playing people like, Tyson is an amazing dinker. I think we should have some good, long, strategic points that will be very fun to watch.
Yep, there's a look at net cam right there, so we can get even closer to those dinks you talked about, Scott. And, you've got Callan playing with Ben here, so should complement each other pretty darn well there. And
I feel like when you're Ben's partner, your job is to make a lot of balls so that Ben can do Ben things, and Callan makes a lot of balls.
Makes a lot of balls. And has the pop in that new Ace of Spades paddle that we'll see Megan design.
Yeah, he doesn't have as much pop as Megan does, but
no,
it is. He does hit it harder than I've seen him hit it before.
So a return that just kisses the sideline there from Tyler Loong. And McGuffin actually overran that because he thought he was in perfect position, and Ben kicked it behind him.
Point.
1-0-2.
That time he hit 16 with the dealer showing a 6 with the ace of spades. Pushed it deep. And that was a double bouncer, if you're wondering why everyone was so casual about what happened there.
Yeah, the first bounce didn't really come up high.
Second serve, 0-1-2. 0-1-2. Side out.
Now the interesting thing about Callan and Ben, Callan has such a wide, low stance.
1-0-1.
That's not ideal for getting out of Ben's way if he needs to.
Point, 2-0-1.
Well, McGuffin dug himself out of his own hole there, defended a
2-0-1.
John's attack, so first two go to Loong and McGuffin.
Point, 3-0-1.
Nice drives from Tyler Loong.
Yeah, just
they've got pace and they're coming over. They're coming low over the net. So
3-0-1.
He's asking a lot of the volleys.
Yes, he is. And McGuffin talking to the crowd is not a surprise. Here's another one. Beautiful rope by
4-0-1.
Tyler Loong, and McGuffin cleans it up again. We're at the Skechers Invitational. He's got his Skechers gear on.
Second serve, 4-0-2.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen enough of Tyler's forehand. I would return to the other guy.
4-0-2.
Yeah, this thing is dialed in. Look at that. Tried to go for the big angle on that and just pulled it. But Loong's got the big whip and forehand going today, folks.
Point, 1-4-1.
So that's the first time Dawson's been able to win at the dink battle long enough so that Ben can get in there.
I think that's a pattern that could be repeated.
Oh, tweener, or something even more ridiculous than a tweener, a sideways ball that Loong hit there. The crowd is loving that effort.
It's nice to have two chances. You can swing at it and then go chase it and still make it.
We can have a Bugs Bunny baseball kind of thing. Get three swipes at it if you need.
2-4-2.
It's a good lead by Ben there.
Point. 3-4-2.
You feel like all those forehands got them a huge lead, and you look up and they're only up 1. And that is clean and right in the corner, and we're tied at 4.
4-4-2. Leigh, I'll recall.
We replay the let's serve here.
Side out.
All right, so 4-4 back to Tyler Loong.
4-4-1.
That's nice.
Second serve, 4-4-2.
Just the perfect pace on that too. That had no danger of going long.
Out. Point, 5-4-2.
Yeah, that has been the moneymaker so far, the Loong forehand. Here comes another one.
Side out.
That time, Dawson's able to volley it behind McGuffin.
Yeah, that's just an excellent volley by Callan, but still the drive from Tyler is not bad. He forced Callan into hitting a great shot.
4-5-1.
And there it is. Ben had looked at the one before that, and as you mentioned, we got a second baseman, a baseball guy. He's got that ready position. He wasn't getting moved out of the way there, but found the next one with another extension. Same thing happened again. Ben looked at the one before that, didn't get it, gets the next one, indecision in the middle.
But pretty much every time Ben has reached and stretched middle and flicked, that's just winning. I'm a little surprised that Tyler and Tyson haven't had an answer for that ball.
And now suddenly it is Ben Johns and Callan Dawson on a rampage. So the timeout is called by Loong and McGuffin. Loong and McGuffin have been looking very good on serve with the drives from Tyler Loong. But all of a sudden, Dawson's dinks are on point, and Ben is making his presence felt here at the Riviera Country Club.
Hey, Katie, could you pass me the creamer?
Why don't you just come into the kitchen and get the creamer?
I can't come in the kitchen.
Sure you can.
No, I really can't.
You can come into the kitchen as long as you don't hit the ball out of the air.
All right. That's why I stay out of kitchens.
All right, we are back, and it is McGuffin and Loong forced to call timeout. Had a nice lead to start, but the beautiful dinking prowess of Dawson and then the finishing of Ben Johns has them in the lead. And another one at the kitchen line goes their way.
Yeah, Ben and Callan, they look pretty comfortable in these dink battles and these kitchen points.
And that time it was Callan Dawson that sped it up, and that fed into what McGuffin and Loong have been doing. Second serve. Johns comes up short on that one. So 5-8.
5-8-1.
See if they can get a short return and get Loong's forehand going again. Oh, they got the perfect scenario there. I did mention it. I didn't know it was going to skid off the tape perfectly.
6-8-1.
McGuffin, whose footwork is so good, just couldn't get reset that time.
But that Loong drive is just perfectly nice and low.
They finally go the other way. Much different results. So we raised the question earlier about why would you keep going there. They finally, maybe they heard us. I'm going to go with that. I think that ball's staying in. I think it had enough topspin. You know, there was indecision with Johns there.
Yeah.
8-6-2.
I think there was an opening in the middle, and Ben was going to close it, and then Tyson found some cross-court space with a nice roll.
So there's that same pattern that got them the ball back last time, which was a speed up by Callan Dawson that was countered and put him behind.
Point 7-1.
And they're within one. See where the returns start going.
7-8-1.
Defense for days, and then Loong went for the 39th shot drive there.
That's a tougher ball to drive off of a high Ben Johns forehand volley.
7-8-2.
That's nice by Tyson McGuffin, and the barking is on the court, and we're tied at Snowman, 8 apiece.
8-8-2.
Going for that big looping serve, trying to land it deep. That one not quite as, but still gets a mistake. And now it is McGuffin and Loong with the lead.
9-8-2. No, I told you.
And the Don Stanley alarm clock foot slides into the kitchen there.
Tyson had his Skechers in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's the Skechers Invitational, but you do not get to put a Skechers in there as some sort of bonus. So all feet are judged the same way. Looking good out there, though, is McGuffin. Dawson just pulls that wide.
It's like he decided he wanted to go there before the ball got to him, and then by the time it got to him, it just was.
That one's slow. That one's slow. I can do something. Oh man, that court. I'm sorry, not sorry. And the other issue we have right now, Scott, is the shadows. Obviously, you can see it on your screen. Ball's coming in and out and back in, so you really have to focus
a little bit.
And that time, John's able to let that cross-court attack go. So ebbs and flows continue. We're first to 11, win by 1, and it is now Ben Johns and Callan Dawson who have a 1-point lead. So 10-9. Got to win by 1. He's got to play a smart point by the book here. Hit a good return and get to the kitchen and see if you can't get that ball back. And so they got a chance to do just that when we come back.
My name is Parenteau, and I've been playing pickleball for almost 6 years. I travel a lot
to play in tournaments. I'm always on planes, and I see a lot of people when I travel. I need to make sure that I stay healthy. I need to support my immune system, so that's the reason why I use the Pure Whey C+.
All right, we are back. Ben John serving for game number 1.
Good talk.
Just in the nick of time. Longest point of the match is game .0, and McGuffin throws up a lob on the baseline. And we're back again. And McGuffin able to finish. Flicked the ball at Dawson and then got the next one. So
what a phenomenal point.
Steely nerves to throw a lob up in the middle of all that.
That was brave, especially having missed the previous one.
9-10-1.
So again, 1 by 1, 9-10-1. Nice job by Dawson of getting that down. The pace was not huge, but the placement was. Placement over power. Second chance to tie it at 10. Ooh, literally, I think the first one that's found the net.
It's a little tougher drive at 9-10 than it is at 4-0.
So, game point 2. Oh, and that flick by Johns just goes deep, but it was the quality of the Dawson dink before that that gave Ben a chance, just didn't quite execute it. Game point 3 at 10-9. If you're just joining us, they switched in the middle of the point. Ben is fine over there on the right.
Callan just has to be careful digging down the line to Tyler because
we haven't seen the Ernie. There, he's looking for it. It could be part of that point once they switch sides and they save another one. So again,
it's a part of any point that Tyler's playing.
Yes. So
are we at 10 all or
9-10-1?
You do. Oh, no, you don't. You don't. You don't have any. No. Yes, sir. 9-10-1.
Here we go. McGuffin flashed in front there. Thought he had a chance, but a really good volley.
No, I like that. You got to look for a cheap one if you can get it.
Another great first volley by Dawson. Just a little higher on the drive, too. Before they were just a ball or less over. All right, fourth try. Dawson serving. Defense. There's a ball in the middle that Dawson thought Ben was going to come take. He did not, but they survived that moment and then get the finish. So really high quality at the end of game number 1, and Dawson and Johns are finally able to finish it. So we will be back with what's hopefully as riveting a game number 2 here at the Skechers Invitational.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. A great game 1. Dave Fleming with fellow senior pro Scott Crandall. And Scott, we want more of that.
That was a fantastic game with a lot of lead changes, a lot of momentum, a lot of runs.
First drop by Loong. Got it to that backhand side.
Point 102. 102. Not out.
So that's 2 to the backhand. If you've seen that howitzer forehand going on, you're like, well, maybe I'm done wanting to deal with that then.
That's a quality return of serve there.
Point 111.
So a couple dink errors, one from Ben, one from Tyson. They don't miss a lot of dinks.
No.
That's
111.
Especially dinks where they weren't under pressure at all early in a point. There's the Dawson lob. That's just really good by Ben Johns there, because the retrieval of the lob was fantastic, and he put it out wide where you think, okay, I've neutralized this whole problem, or not.
Did you see Ben put 2 hands on that backhand?
That's what everybody wants, him hitting more and different shots.
Yeah, he needs more variety.
There it is again. That time Loong is sitting on it, so he saw that fish once, and then...
And Loong was sitting on it with his 2 hands out in front of him.
Yes, so... I see you, but you're not going to do that to me twice.
Maybe not twice in a row.
Yeah. Well, plus he'll probably put it in a different spot so that... Okay, Callan. So it's McGuffin with the lob, and AJ Koller walking by the booth just can't be happier with his boys on the court here, as the lob can be such an effective
ball. Lob copyright, AJ just made 20 cents so far.
Oh yeah, he definitely made. He might be at a full quarter. Yeah, that.
Second serve, 1-2-2.
That again. if it's an inch or a ball above the net, you don't get Johns hitting down on these drives, and then another return to the backhand. So their returns are already in a much different place than in game one, despite the fact they won game one. Uh-oh.
Point, 3-1-1.
That's a ball.
It's another one of those where the ball just didn't end up in the spot Tyson thought it was going to be. And then just the contact point was slightly off, and there's your miss.
And that is beautiful from Ben Johns. He had it earlier in the match, just pushed it just a hair deep. That one, perfection.
Yeah.
4-1-1.
And if you hit a passive dink in the middle, you're just giving him options galore. In case anyone wondered how hard Tyler Loong can hit a pickleball, there's your answer.
4-1-2.
He snaps that high forehand.
Sick. Yeah, we had him on opposite sides there, so Loong got caught up.
Well, I mean, Ben's third shot drive was dipping, and Tyler hit a 10 out of 10 degree of difficulty volley to neutralize it, only to get lit up by.
Yeah. You're like, okay, how are we supposed to win that point? Yeah.
A quality unattackable ball, and then Callan does that.
All right, can they right the ship? We'll find out right after this.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. I use it.
I use it.
AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Ready yet?
Not yet, buddy.
All right, we are back. Ben Johns, Callan, Dawson looking good in game number 2. Trying to close this out. And Johns just a tad late there.
Yeah, he was, you know, the ball he thought was coming is not the ball that he got.
Just to be able to roll that far and not have it be able to be hit out of the air, that's just, there should be authorities called on that shot right there. Good night. Oh, great get. And a gorgeous angle into the crowd here. So had a chance to finish it earlier in the point, but ends up with the Ernie silly angle.
5-1-1.
Add to the highlight reel.
Sick tricks. Great defense from Tyson.
Because Ben is putting that in the middle knowing you were going to do something with it, and he was ready for the one after that, too. That's really nice by McGuffin.
Yeah, plus Ben had set it up by going extreme cross-court previously.
Yeah, and once this match changed, when Callan Dawson just found he was blocking solid and then just so good at the kitchen line, and then Ben has been able to really exert his will There's a nice move by Tyler Loong. Enough of this bend stuff, he says.
1-6-1.
You almost never see someone hit a backhand dink as Ben's partner, and Callan has hit a bunch of those today. It's just stylistically funny.
Well, which is why that's a good spot for them to put it.
Oh, the Cobra came up. And it worked out. So yeah, because they're both. If you get both players moving, you think, okay, we're ahead. If they're a little unsure, but Dawson, if he's taking that, is not giving them anything to attack from that ball. There's the big Loong drive again, but neutralized.
Point 2-6-2.
But yeah, like normally those balls to Callan, the dinks to Callan's backhand, Ben normally takes those as a forehand.
Right.
If I was Tyler and Tyson, I would keep hitting it there so they can be talking about it, and negotiating over it, and
side out.
Little flick there, a little not where McGuffin wanted that one for sure. So 6-2 is the lead. Game one in their pockets.
Second serve, 6-2-2.
Let's see if they give that to Dawson again, make him make the next one. They do. And he does. That's a good ball by Loong there, catching Dawson in transition.
Yeah, Tyler's shot was just the right amount of aggressive.
McGuffin that steps in front and so sweetly rolls it down the line. Beautiful by McGuffin right there.
There had to be some deception in that because Ben didn't really attempt it. I think Ben was thinking it was going somewhere else. It just makes it a greater shot from Tyson.
Yeah, to do that past Ben, and he didn't move. He was beat.
3-6-2.
Okay. All the feet were called there by Don Stanley. So on the push-off, it's actually a ball that Ben was going to destroy. No communication, though.
Here we go. 4-6-2.
It's probably a ball that Collin just runs to the side of the court. Again, knowing that partner. And McGuffin thinks, I have stopped him, and I've put it behind him. Wait, it's behind me? How did that happen?
It happened fast.
Yeah, it did.
6-4-1.
That's the challenge of the Ernie if the ball doesn't travel where you want it to, because you are so far out of the court.
7-4-1.
And that time it is Dawson that pulls the trigger to start, and John slides in and finishes. That is a pattern that works very well, and he's playing with Collin because Collin has that very deceptive forehand. So nice job by Dawson of getting that going. Oh, and another push off from the Don Stanley alarm system. And we are at match point. And this has just been a methodical, grinding, impressive display. Like, we're not leaving any dinks for you guys to tee off on. There's going to be no chaos. And that'll do it.
I think that's 10.
Oh, that's 10. I apologize. That's 10. And now we're at game point. Oh, brought the two-hander back out, and the block by Callan Dawson stays in. So Ben Johnson, Callan Dawson just on it from the beginning to the end. Struggled at first with that huge Tyler Loong drive, which was really impressive. We had McGuffin barking away. They were looking really good. And then Dawson settles in, played really, really well. And he was able to find how do we work at the kitchen line together. I'm holding my ground on my backhand. And he did it, and he did it well. So it is Dawson. It is Ben Johns. They are the victors. We'll be right back.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers.
Well, welcome back to Center Court, everyone. I'm here with Callan Dawson, Ben Johns. Guys, you got the chance to play together just last week, and your games didn't come together as well as you would have hoped. But what about this week, coming back together, getting a second chance to play together? Do you feel like you meshed better this time around?
I mean, yeah, definitely we meshed a little better than last weekend, but we kind of just came up with the game plan and stuck to it, and it all worked out.
Talk about those long dink rallies. Is it ever hard to stay patient and hang in there, or do you, like the rest of us, get impatient and just want to knock the ball?
I've been known to get impatient from time to time, but you know, when you're playing with Callahan over here, he's cool as a cucumber. He's in like a Zen mode, so he keeps me calm. I think we're both pretty calm, and there were no premature attacks, I think.
That's right. You guys are two of the calmest guys on tour, I believe. What contributes to that personality style, do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. I think just playing a lot of sports growing up, it's all the same. You know, we're just out here trying to compete. As long as we prepare before the matches, there's really nothing to be too hyped up about.
There you go. Take tips from Callan Dawson. Cool as a cucumber out here on Center Court. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Bending down to put on your shoes? It's kind of a pain in the ass, but with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down and without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
No time to waste under the setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
I host a show in the kitchen.
I share my workouts in the kitchen.
I roll one sleeve up in the kitchen.
I stream in the kitchen.
I can't cook, but I'm in this kitchen.
I gave my paddle away in the kitchen.
I help keep you fit in the kitchen.
We're all family in the kitchen.
Let's go!
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper, because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't even started yet.
Oh.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming, Scott Crandall with me, and we will have a special guest joining us mid-match. We'll hold the surprise until he or she shows up.
It'd be nice if we can get like a good player in here.
If we could get a good player, that would be huge. So we'll see if we can get a good player. But we got the gentleman on the court again. We got another Johns out here, Collin Johns, who was in the booth earlier and lost a heartbreaker to his brother. Still hasn't beaten him. He's serving to A.J. Koller, who's playing with Jocelyn Devilliers. And there's Pat Smith with a big forehand drive. Pat's having a good day, 2-0 in front of his parents, who are here.
Ooh.
And continues his fine play.
He's got that too.
And he's got the backhand rolling winner. So, okay.
1-0-2. Point.
Okay. The Winter Soldier in the summer sun is looking very good to start this match, and has played well all day.
If he keeps this up, he might just take his parents on tour.
This is true. I mean, why wouldn't you? And this is an interesting combo. Pat is also normally more right side player. He has great hands, so that's not the problem. So we'll see how these two sort everything out.
I played with him yesterday, and I made him play the left all day. And
so there you go.
He was great.
So there you go. That's what lefties do to people.
I didn't give him a choice.
No. Scott Crandall, my partner, one of the top senior pros and a southpaw, so he was bossy.
I'll play the right side.
Pat Smith gets 2 off the tape, but
so it's fun watching AJ and Jay because their styles are so different.
Yes. But they're both alphas, so we'll see how.
Both alphas, both a ton of personality, and they both want every single ball.
Yeah, if we don't have bumper cars at least once, they're not doing it right.
Start up. 3, 2, 1.
And there's that vicious flick that AJ Koller is known for.
2, 2, 2. Start up.
Jay and AJ talking a little strategy before serving. AJ just pulling the trigger on a low ball. That ball was not intended to go in. It was intended to hit Pat in the chest. It just didn't quite get over the tape.
No, but they get the same result with the missed return. Oh, CJ catches Jay moving and had that court open just to overhit it a little bit.
He had it open. Anything in was winning.
High backhand finish. Good night.
Yeah, Pat has really long arms, and it's like he's just very good, fully extended out in front of him, and really made it look easy there.
And his buddy from Wichita, Jay Devilliers, returns the favor there. Like, I can reach in and smoke a backhand volley across the court myself. Just deep on the return.
Three, 4, 2.
That's going to make it. Oh, just short.
Start out. 4, 3, 1.
Just in a little bit of a hurry there for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of AJ's drop style. He makes that as much as he misses it. I mean, it's not something you can teach. He has a style all his own, but it works for him. And
5, 3, 2.
And there's that. Who's taking the middle ball? If it's coming across you, reaching in, that can be difficult. And Smith trying to help CJ out there. Well, that's a wicked drop, but then Pat Smith is having none of the next ball.
There are those good hands you mentioned. Pat read the play and just put his paddle in a really nice spot and just
3, 6, 1.
snapped it back.
So they get away with something there, and folks, we've been looking far and wide for a good player to join the booth, and here's what we came up with. Ben Johns, welcome to the booth. Nice victory there.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Dave. How are we doing?
We're doing well here, and good early start here in this match for Devilliers, and
We have
Koller.
Jay's flashiness versus your brother's spectacular defense.
Yeah, those are two kind of polar opposite things.
Ooh. So Ben, when you see your brother playing out here, what should the world be looking for that maybe isn't obvious to the naked eye?
Yeah, I'll get to that right after this point. Yeah, so a couple things he does well is, first of all, he backs up off the line and blocks quite a bit. And he just does that at kind of wise times. You want to look for kind of what balls he's looking for that he's blocking versus countering. And when he does counter, he usually shifts over to his right in order to just hit backhands, which is also very important. So it's very much about choosing what you're doing based on what your opponent is doing offensively.
Nice shot by Pat.
May I ask if he can do that with you because you cover so much?
Yeah.
Can he do that with anyone?
You can definitely do it. It's a little easier when your partner covers a little more court, but you can still choose the correct times, especially when the ball's coming from kind of that middle or cross. Whereas the line, you got to be a little more careful if your partner's not covering. But here, in the points I've seen so far, I would, if I were Collin, what I'd be telling him right now as his partner is, counter a few more. You're blocking, you're playing pretty passive, and you're kind of just letting them create the tempo of the match right now. And you kind of need to punish them in order to make them think twice. If you're only blocking, that's never really going to work. You want to throw some counters in there.
Yeah, if they're going to block, then just keep hitting it at them.
And that's a favorite of his. If he kind of gets that wider ball to the forehand, he's got a couple different options. He can kind of go line, body, middle, chicken wing. And it can be tough. That ball sits up a little bit to cover all of them. So you're definitely going to see him pull the trigger in that situation a lot.
But he always looks, whichever ball's coming, he looks the same.
Yes, yeah, you're really trying to hide it in that the preparation looks the same. You don't want to change your swing based on what you're doing. Well, that's a great pickup. That's nice wrist action. Usually I kind of recommend players don't really use your wrists, but Pat Smith is kind of the exception of those kind of wrists he has. They're exceptionally strong, so he can really flick it and get immediate pace, whereas most people, when they try to do that, they just don't put enough on it, because your wrist is not meant to do that well. But Pat is kind of an anomaly. Same thing, exactly.
Again.
Yeah.
How's this court playing, Ben? How's it feel to be playing at Riviera Country Club?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with pickle roll, honestly. Can't even tell the difference between pickle roll and a regular court, which is awesome because it saves so much time in terms of changing the surface, repainting and prepping the surface and all that. I mean, if you can just put these down, it's pretty incredible. In Riviera, obviously I haven't seen everything yet, but it's a pretty beautiful and legendary country club as far as golf and tennis go.
Good block there by Devilliers.
Yeah, and really, when you're playing with Collin, you kind of need to know what to do and what to look for in what he's doing. Based on that, you need to be doing different things. In that case, as soon as I saw that ball, I would be shifting middle and looking for a forehand, because you know Collin's going to attack. You know where the counter's most likely to go, which is middle, and you want to be sitting there. You're not covering your body. You're not covering backhand. You're looking for a forehand. So that's a very important part to playing with somebody like him.
There's the Koller third shot lob, but finds the PPA logo, which is not in the middle of the court. So
you really got to be careful with Pat Smith. His overhead is gigantic, probably because of that wrist strength. So if you don't get it over his head, that ball's pretty much gone. Little side switch from Jay and AJ. I think that's due to the Pat Smith drive mainly. They didn't want to unwind the stack.
And just misses after we talk about the wrist strength. Just leaves it wide, actually.
I like the idea. Just a pretty small margin of error there on that line.
So 8-9 on a 2.
Nice drive.
Heavy drive.
I love how liberally Pat and Collin are flicking the ball. They're not countering huge right now. They're being kind of selective with their blocks, but when the ball's on the ground, they're not afraid to flip it at all. And I think you don't really want to give these two bigger guys the opportunity to just keep attacking it. You want to put the pressure on them a little bit more. Bigger body is harder to get out of the way.
Oh, and there's exhibit A of that, just going the other direction.
Well, I would think Pat, when Pat's playing with Collin, who he knows has great hands, he can be more liberal because
for sure he knows he's going to get bailed out if he does it wrong.
Yeah, he has an eraser on his side.
So 9-9 win by 1. Great first volley there by Pat Smith as well.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to tell if it's deliberate, but on a counter like that, you can see there's a ton of backspin on the ball, which makes it so tough to reset just because it forces the ball down to the net. It's hard to play because it spins a little bit too, and skids on the ground.
It's hard to put a pickleball away. I get that.
Yeah, that's very impressive because Pat's overheads are, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but those are coming with a lot of velocity. Impressive gets, really.
So no damage done. Pat Smith and Collin Johns get it back at 9-9. Come up short on the third.
Do not want to leave third short. Not a 9-9.
9-9, win by 1.
Win by 1, indeed.
Yeah, it's good top spinning from AJ. Just makes it harder to reset.
So we're at 9-9, game number 1. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall and Ben Johns in the booth here.
That is highly accurate.
If I were Jay and AJ in this situation, I'd be dropping to Collin just because Pat's longer and he's putting more power on the ball.
And the earpiece that they have from Ben is working as they drop it in there. We'll see if they throw it in there again on game point. Good lead by Koller there. So Pat Smith and Collin Johns right there at the end, got to 9 apiece or 8 and just couldn't quite get over the top. So it is AJ Koller and Jay Devilliers who take game number 1. We will be back with game 2 right after this at the Skechers Invitational. It's like Christmas Eve here. It's a big day with pickleball. Ben, tomorrow there's a picture of you pickleball for the first time ever on a 3-letter network. CBS tomorrow. What does that mean to you, and what should everybody be looking for?
Well, yeah, obviously it's pretty cool. It's less about me and more about the sport. The first time on a national network like this, you know, it's not CBS Sports, it's main CBS. So I think this will be seen in a lot of households, which is what pickleball wants, right? It's kind of the natural trajectory it's been on. It's been doing really well in pretty much every aspect, and this is just a huge step for the game. So I'm just excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, and if we get the quality of play like we've seen here today, tomorrow, and I don't see why we won't, it is going to be quite a show. So,
for sure.
Here we go. Game 2. Can Ben's brother, Collin Johns, find a way to win and force a fast breaker for Game 3? That is a beautiful ATP on the run.
Nice
by
point.
Collin Johns.
Yeah, you really got to be careful with those ATPs, because when you're moving that direction to the outside of the court, your momentum naturally wants to drive the ball the same direction you're going, which is not in. So you really need to get around the outside of the ball in order to kind of curve it back in. So that's a very important part of the ATP.
I like that Collin did not hit that one as hard as he could. He made sure he made it to a good spot.
For sure. Didn't need to be perfect.
And CJ puts practically a hole in the Selkirk logo, which is not worth extra points, folks. So side out at zeros.
That's nice. Way to wait on it. Yeah, you really got to be careful with those ones too. Another ATP. On those, people tend to rush because it clips the net, and you know it's going to go wider because of the net. But because you're also kind of startled by the net, you can often pull the trigger a little too early. So Pat did a good job of waiting till it was very low and far over. An actual funny thing about that is it's a lot easier to get those ATPs when it hits the net like that, because it stays very close to the net, and it doesn't need to be as wide when it's closer to the net, geometrically speaking.
Got back to school in a lot of places in the country, and Professor Johns with the geometry lesson here for you. Yeah, those are the fun ones too, because you can hit it very short in the court on an ATP if it kisses off the tape.
You kind of get trained when you see a cross-court ball hit the net like that. As soon as it taps the net, you just run. You just run to the side because you know what you got.
1-0-2.
Yeah, and also it's hard to see on the screen, but Pat's drive is pretty scary. He's got one of the better ones in the game, definitely a top one. Not just because of the velocity. It's good velocity, but it also moves through the air a lot. It's got both topspin and a considerable amount of side spin, which can make it very difficult to counter well. So definitely something to look for.
Collin Johns had the scorpion position and couldn't get the paddle out of there for a ball that was definitely going out, and that's just the nature of the beast sometimes.
Live by the sword.
We will replay the let serve from AJ Koller
as AJ dives into his serve.
I think they're doing the right thing in returning to AJ, because I definitely rather he hits the drop. One, because I think he moves up the net a little better than Jay and can be kind of tricky up there, but also I think Jay's drop is just flat out better.
Yeah, and you want to sort of work that puzzle out well before you get to the court and see if that works. Where's the ball going to start a point every time? And
that can make an enormous difference. Just because, I mean, percentages-wise, if somebody has 90% success rate in getting in versus 80, like that's points.
Yeah, and when the players are this good, 10% is all you need to win.
Don't love the decision there from Collin to drive that cross. That's usually going to be an issue unless they're unwinding a stack or something. I very rarely like to see a drive to a cross court.
So Ben, would you recommend, like, to amateurs when they're playing a match, you want to decide who who do we return to, and who do we drop to?
Yep, those are probably the first two things I'd go over with any partner when we're playing a matchup.
Is there a third thing that would go in that level of?
I'd go over. I wouldn't say it's on the same level, but I usually go over who do we want to dink to primarily, and where do we want to attack primarily. Yeah, both these guys, Jay and AJ, kind of have heavy hands, so if I were Collin, I'd be looking to drop. And Pat's strength is his drive, so I like that idea, but I'd be looking definitely as Collin to drop more.
Pat thinks he played a ball that was going wide there.
And I don't think Pat's transition game is the favorite part of his pickleball game.
Not hardly.
No, he wants to get from the baseline to the kitchen as fast as someone wants a midnight snack. I want that kitchen now.
Yeah, right. Collin could work his way through the zone. If I were Pat, I'd probably just be running up there after Collin hits a drop and expecting it to be good, and then depend on your hands rather than your mid-court game.
That's one of the other things I will tell my partners. I will try to figure out who is worse in the transition zone and say, if they're there,
oh, for sure.
Find
who do we go to when we have an offensive ball, essentially. And I'd say, along with Pat's wrist strength, I'd say number 2 on the tour is probably AJ. Very wristy player, and I don't recommend amateurs copy it, but it definitely has some advantages, especially on like attacks, for instance. So much harder to read when it's that rapid. There's not a lot of preparation to the swing.
That's nice.
Good hands, good ATP. They're giving them a lot of ATPs. That's 3 now already.
And Koller had seen enough of that ball, and some people are very particular. Are you particular? You want to keep the same ball and play, Ben, or do you care?
I just care if it's wobbly or not.
No superstitions involved in that.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Ben, to check if the ball's wobbly, I noticed you don't spin it fast. You spin it kind of medium to slow to check the wobble. Yes?
Yep. Doesn't take much spin to see a wobble.
Wow. Just deep on the baseline there.
More than anything, I was impressed that Pat got to that sudden overhead without putting his foot in the kitchen.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of spring off calls, and pretty impressed that he got up that much in the air without using a spring.
Yeah, he went straight up.
There's that trigger pull by CJ that finds the tape. And they're going to take a timeout. So we got Koller and Devilliers up a game and up a couple here in game number 2 of the Skechers Invitational. We are at the Riviera Country Club. We'll be right back.
New People Pickleball.
I felt like I had to always drink water over and over, but I still felt a little bit dizzy by the end of the day. But once I tried to incorporate more electrolytes in my daily life, it really helped me out. My favorite thing about the pickleball cocktail is the flavor. It tastes great. I drink the pickleball cocktail every morning to make sure that I stay hydrated throughout the whole day. It's important to drink first thing in the morning. If you wait until you play, you're usually too late. You start feeling dehydrated. When it comes to hydration, don't wait before it's too late.
Dave Fleming back here with Scott Crandall and Ben Johns. Ben, a lot of shadows on the court. Was that an issue, or what did you see from your perspective?
When I was on the court, it was fine, honestly. But I think the shadows have changed a little bit, and that can definitely be a factor. It's not so much the shadows themselves as when it's fast through the air, it'll go, from one to the other, right when you need to see it the most.
Oh, now the timeout, we get a third shot lob from Koller, and it is punished by your brother there, Ben.
Yeah, that was an extraordinarily hard overhead. I haven't seen that in a while. I think he might have flung it a little bit.
A little bit of a fling, because that thing was hammered for CJ.
Yeah, that's much better. I like the gradual work in there, and Pat looking to be aggressive. That's really the game style they want to play.
3, 4, 1.
In a situation like that, I would actually like to see Pat kind of sit back in that situation, because if Jay goes middle from that position, it's going to go to Collin. He's going to be able to reset because he's in midcourt. Therefore, Pat's going to want to sit on the side that he needs to cover. Unfortunate there on the finish Pat had. He kind of went directly at body, which is not really what you want to do, just because they're able to get a paddle on it, and if you have the option, don't hit it to their paddle, essentially.
There's a nice finish by Jocelyn Devilliers.
Collin was more on that ball than he probably thought he would be. He got a lot of paddle on it.
That's a great drop.
Yeah, on a drop like that, you want to do what I'd call conceding the net. It's got so much topspin, it's going to kick up, and if you try to keep them back at all, or even hit an aggressive dink, it's usually going to turn into just an attackable ball. So I would just make that one as short as possible and as unattackable as possible.
You're pretty much saying that was a great drop. I'm going to dink it.
Great drop. Come on in. We'll go from neutral. I don't need to try to do anything offensive with this. Got 7-3, kind of running away with this a little bit. Some errors from Collin and Pat.
Yeah, need another big return here and get the ball back.
7-3-2.
And
a little bit of overcommitment from AJ there, but
Collin
I don't mind it. If you hit that really well, it can actually be a good play. It's just if you don't, it's coming.
If you don't, then you're running around.
Right.
Okay.
Another loose error. End of the day, they might be a little lackadaisical right now, especially with a lead.
Wow.
Nice drive.
Koller just ready.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad attack.
No.
He just read it well.
AJ seems to be very good at being ready on either side. He doesn't have to pick one.
Yeah, you know, you find a lot of players that'll sit one side or the other, backhand or forehand, and if they're too readable in that which one they like to choose in what situation, you can really tie them up. And it's not so much that AJ doesn't guess, period. He will sometimes. It's just he does it differently. He doesn't really have patterns. He'll hit a forehand in one spot, and the same spot he might hit a backhand next time, and that's what makes it really tough. Because sometimes you have to guess. It's just the smart thing to do. You can't cover both, but he's able to do it in different ways in the same situation.
So let's take that a step further, Ben. You know, a lot of people say, hey, should I stand favoring my backhand? Should I stand favoring my forehand? When you're teaching, what do you tell people for proper paddle position?
So obviously, if it's if you're dinking, you basically are just following the ball with the paddle. That's your ready position, and you really want to have a continuum of the paddle positioning up and down be an inverse of where the ball is height-wise. So if the ball's higher, your paddle should be lower. If your ball's lower, your paddle should be higher, because those are the only spots that your opponent is going to want or can attack. Left and right, choosing backhand versus forehand. It depends a little bit on your grip, definitely a lot on ball positioning. So for instance, if somebody can only attack you cross court, you want to be sitting on the side that's closer to them. So that's a pretty simple one. When the ball's right in front of you, that's where you have to guess sometimes. And if you do guess, you're going to need to fade, you're going to need to get lower. So there's a couple things you can do, but you have both options really.
Oh no. And Pat Smith has chosen to take a seat in the crowd after that. Very unlucky that the ball before that hit a frame and stayed in the court.
Yeah, it looked like he flung it a little bit, which could be bad at an overhead because you have no control over where that ball goes anymore.
Good Wichita on Wichita exchange there, but Smith pulls it deep.
I feel like Pat's had the edge in a number of hand battles and ended up hitting the last one long when he's got the finish. Unfortunate, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Okay, playing with AJ. Jocelyn throws up his first lob of the day, and it is a good one.
I think we've seen Pat attack Jay a number of times and had either good blocks or good counters hit back at him, and I think that's mostly because he keeps going to Jay's backhand, which is not what you want to do because he's a heavy backhand player. So Jay, for instance, on that right side, I'd be looking to attack his forehand every time. He's one of the players with the more identifiable patterns of which side he sits on.
So with Pat being on the left side, any attack he can hit down the line would be the spot.
That's where you're looking to go. A little harder to get to that line, but kind of gotta when Jay's going to sit backhand every time.
I feel like there's a lot of righties that you would. That's the spot for them. When,
For sure.
When a righty's on, when the righty's playing the right side, if you get to
it's
their
almost like
forehand.
they're supposed to do that, right? Like Collin will do that, and you need to do that in order to play the right side correctly. You just want to be able to sit forehand sometimes to throw a little bit of uncertainty into your opponent's game.
So big drive, well deep here, and
7-9-2.
we will serve at 7-9-2. See if Johnson Smith, that's a nice drive by CJ there. There's that wrist flick that AJ has to get it down at the feet.
Down with some
spin.
RPMs.
Yeah, the reset there from Collin is just drifting a little long. Because against most players, that's a good reset. But if you're a little longer like these two guys, it's not quite good enough.
Second serve.
Great counter. Good example of a fade from Collin. Immediately went to the backhand because he knew they weren't getting it to the forehand in that situation if he moves over. Makes it a lot easier to counter.
Yeah, and I think the reality has been a lot of people are covering a lot of court where the ball could never be on pickleball courts all over the country.
For sure. You got to think geometrically, guys. What's possible? Or even what's likely, you know. I mean, if somebody hits a great shot, sometimes you got to say that, you know. Great shot. I played the percentages. I lost. And that is fine.
Right. So a match point is saved. Can they get after it again? Only win by 1.
That's nice. I'd like to see Collin do that a little more. Not in that just the attacking, because he's done that a lot. More about not missing in the net. He's had a number of those where in the tape. It doesn't need to be perfect. The height doesn't actually matter that much. It's more left and right that matters.
And there's
much better finish. Got to get on top of that.
Finally, instead of rolling that deep as we saw a couple before.
I like that he faded to the forehand to finish rather than the backhand. A lot easier to get that forehand down.
So we are 9-10 here. Oh.
Second serve.
Also got to be pretty careful as J and AJ. You don't have the extra protection point from having 10.
Correct. We are win by 1 here. Oh, and Devilliers finds the middle.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the point of Collin doing a lot of driving here. It hasn't really gotten him any free points, but it has gotten him into some trouble a couple times.
Oh, and that drive again in the middle does it. So it is Koller and Devilliers able to fend off in both games Pat Smith and Collin Johns in a great battle. Ben Johns, thanks for joining us in the booth. We appreciate your insights, and good luck tomorrow and all of your matches. We'll be right back.
All right, all right, all right.
After this, we'll talk to the winners.
Bending down to the ground to put on your shoes is kind of a pain. Until now. Introducing new Skechers Slip-ins. Hands-free technology for your footwear. Just step in and off you go. Putting your shoes on has never been easier. Plus, they're even machine washable. Go hands-free with your footwear with new Skechers Slip-ins.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to Center Court. I'm here with AJ Koller, Jay Devilliers. Guys, that was a close match. It got a lot closer than I think you guys wanted in Game 2, but how did you finally close that out?
Yeah, no, I feel they played better. They were attacking me a lot. I was struggling on my right side here a little bit for a moment, but AJ pulled it together, so very happy we could close that one out.
Well, guys, people say that the best partnerships are made up of one aggressive person, one consistent person, but you guys are both aggressive risk takers on the court. How did you balance each other out?
I don't know that we did, but that was definitely the first time I've been playing with someone where I'm reaching in and I have a pretty good reach, and then Jay's big arm is coming across the court and it gets there first. I'm like, so that was the first, first time ever playing together. I don't even think we've played a rec game together, so it was a fun experience to get out here with the big guy.
Well, guys, you've been in the sport quite a while now. What is the best piece of advice you could give somebody who is trying to go pro?
I think playing a lot of tournaments, you get a lot of experience by playing matches and then be very disciplined. I think that's where it comes down to. Like the top players, they're very stable, especially on key moments. So I think the best advice would be to play as much as possible and be very disciplined.
Well, I imagine with 2 kids and 1 on the way, you have to be pretty disciplined, plus a wife to keep happy as well.
Yes, that's true. Happy wife, happy life. So I'm probably more wild when I play tournaments than when I'm actually at home. At home, I'm more the strict person, so I'm just here having fun.
All right, AJ, anything to add?
Oh, if going pro, be willing to hemorrhage a lot of money for a year, and then you'll make it back.
All right, guys. Short and simple from AJ Koller. Guys, thanks for your time. Dave, over to you.
All right, folks, there's a great view of one of the houses here at Riviera. It's peering down on us, the U.S. flag flying proudly there, and what a gorgeous setting here. Scott, you are a resident in this area, and there you see another resident of this area, Jessie Irvine, and she's going to be paired up here with Tyler Loong.
Tyler Loong, yeah, they're the silver medalists at the U.S. Open this year. The one time they played together this year, they've played together before. And then Tyson McGuffin and Leigh Waters, they have experience playing together.
Yes.
So today we've had a lot of matchups we've never seen before, but this time we've got a mixed doubles matchup of teams that have played together before, which should make for a very high quality match, because the players kind of, for the first time today, will really have a good idea of what each other is going to be doing.
Yeah, and you've got, it was interesting how Jessie and Tyler ended up. Jay Devilliers, who we just saw, could not get back into the country, and he was overseas, and what a fill-in by Tyler Loong to go all the way to a semifinal. I mean, to a silver medal, excuse me.
Yeah, they made it all the way to the final, and then they had to play that final out on the outer courts. But I think because of rain, the center court at the U.S. Open wasn't really open and available. So it's too bad they didn't get the chance to kind of have that stage.
Yeah, so they have an idea and some confidence. Leigh Waters lost a heartbreaker earlier. She played with Collin Johns against Ben Johns.
They sure played well.
It was a great match. So she's going to be ready to win. McGuffin's going to be ready to win. It's Skechers Invitational. He's ensconced in Skechers gear over here. He's got the cutout. He's got the shoes, the tats. He's got the lettuce coming out of the hat there. I mean, my boy is ready to go over there with.
He's got a look.
So this should be as you said, I think you might see a little more intensity here in this one too. I think these all 4 players are going to want to leave this court today with a W.
Yeah, exactly. I think Jessie wasn't thrilled about how the women's went. So she's given everything she's got here, and it's nice that she's playing with a partner she's played with before, so she'll feel comfortable. So yeah, I'm sure she's excited for
and
this.
One point of clarification, folks, we love the good people from Pickle Roll. They've put courts in a lot of places. There's one that's on the practice here. This court that we were playing on was resurfaced, so this is no different than a freshly surfaced court in your club, municipality, whatever. So just in case there was any confusion on that, this is not a Pickle Roll court, but they play beautifully. If you watch Tuesday Night Pickleball from the Orchard, that is one of those, and it's a great invention and going to enable pickleball to be played in a lot of different spots, Scott.
Jessie played on it 2 Tuesdays ago, and she said it played very well.
And a little drop volley there from Irvine works out fabulously.
I like those high percentage winners.
Those are always fun. Ooh, right off the tape there, we see that big Loong drive again.
So if Loong is going to hit those quality drives, Jessie needs to be
be
in
up
there, like being a menace and showing her presence. If she waits back, it just gives them a place to redirect, and now she gets to hit drops.
Yeah, too many places to put the ball safely if she doesn't put pressure.
Yeah, if your partner hits a good drive, get in there.
We talked to Pat Smith after that, asked him about the shadows, and he said it's not the shadows that are causing the challenge now. It's staring up into the sun as it's beginning to set here in California. So we'll see if that affects anything here. It's almost below. We're sort of sunken down in here.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes and we'll be clear.
Again, just placement over power there. Loong certainly has the power, but laid it in
he also
perfectly.
has the quickness to put his body and his paddle in the perfect spot to hit that shot. If he's lazy, it's not going to be as easy, but he's just so fast.
Just set the record for you, everybody that's joined us. We appreciate you watching. We have one more match today after this one, so stay tuned. We'll let you know what that lineup is here in a second. We got Leigh Jansen and Megan Dawson making her first appearance here against Irina Tereshenko and Allyce Jones. So Dawson and Jones will be separated, the 2 Utah partners. That'll be a good one.
So in case you didn't know, Jessie likes dinking cross court, and she's good at it. But so is Tyson.
And then she reaches in and flicks it. It's so hard if you are the off-the-ball player in that to be ready for an attack if your partner leaves it up after, 10, 12 of those cross-court dinks. Really nice by Irvine there.
Point 1-1-2.
Unable to carve that one over.
Yeah, Tyson, he hit a quality dink that made that a tough shot. Get
a little too much of that.
2-1-2.
Very, very nice, like resetting volley from Jessie off the attack.
Great finish there. Haven't seen a lot of Leigh here so far, so playing the ball to McGuffin quite a bit.
Second serve, 1-2-2.
We saw her earlier play with Collin Johns, who prefers the right side. Now she's on the right side with McGuffin. That's a great read by Loong there.
And I don't know. I honestly don't know which side. She's so good on both sides. Because with her two-handed backhand in the middle of the court, the right side seems like a natural, great spot for her too.
No doubt.
I think she's good either way.
We've even talked about it on some other coverage. Is do you put your better female player on the right because or two-handed backhand sitting there in the middle?
Yeah. And honestly, I think she's so good on both. She can just decide, well, what does her partner want?
Yeah.
Give her partner the preferred side.
That time Loong was just extended a little too much to do enough with that ball.
Yeah, still good.
I like him being in there because you are being a presence and makes the dinks better. Boy, that's a beautiful drive by McGuffin there.
It got below net level in a hurry, which made a tough volley.
Just off the edge on the serve, and then McGuffin hit a 65% ball. A lot of people overhit the ball that he got in the middle of the court. There's that wrist strength we talked about. Pat Smith's and AJ Koller's on the men's side. I'd take Jessie over pretty much anybody on the women's side with the wrist strength.
Well, that was accuracy too, because she found a perfect spot to land it.
Wow, just violence from Tyler Loong.
2-4-1.
Yeah, Tyler hits high forehands and then checks for broken balls.
Second serve.
So there you saw Allyce slide to the left side of the court. I love the idea of changing it up a little just to give a different look to your opponents as well. Especially if you have someone with the foot speed of McGuffin to easily get to an unwinding of the stack.
Cut out.
They're going to stick with this. Just in jail after an insanely good drop.
Yeah, Tyson, Tyler made a great get and then was hustling back. Tyson found a really awkward spot.
I mean, we saw when she was on the far side of the court the technique used by Leigh Waters on that, and it is a big swing for a dink, but it's so menacing.
Her swing looks the same whether she hits it soft, hard, medium, hard, medium, soft.
It's like every way you want your steak, it comes from the same place.
There is sameness to every stroke, and that's where the consistency comes from.
So, the fillet so far is McGuffin and Waters. We will be right back.
Dorothy, I really think you'd like the magnesium. Perfect. I'd be happy to get that shipped out to you today. Thanks, Dorothy. You too. Come on!
Does he do that every time?
Every time.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall, and boy, do you love it when you call timeout and they miss a serve. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm the smartest person in the world. I called timeout and look at that, the momentum dead. Now you got to follow it up with the next one. And they are not able to do that.
Yeah, no, Annalie's aggressive dink just caused a little pop-up. It's not a simple thing to deal with.
The McGuffin serve last week when we saw him, man, that thing was within a foot of the baseline, just eating people alive. Not nearly as deep so far on this court today. That's a great job. That's the danger of the heavy roll. You're going to leave it up sometime. You got to be ready to pounce on it.
Right, like 2 points ago, that heavy roll got down and ate her up.
Second serve, 3-8-2. 3-8-2. Not out.
A couple of transition balls come up short. Got to make those in a comeback trail.
Yeah, Tyler and Jessie just are not getting up to the kitchen when they are serving at a good enough rate.
Second serve, 8-3-2.
Boy, that was one of those where if you show who's ahead in a point, they were at 98% the entire time and then just pushed it wide at the end.
8-3-2.
There's a much bigger serve. And Leigh got caught with a step to the middle. Great job by Loong there.
Well, Luke's shot was great because Tyson had top spin. Loong put more spin on it, went behind Leigh, and then it kicked away from her.
Yes. There's Loong with reaching in again.
A great reach in by Loong and a great pullback by Jessie because she wanted that ball too, but she let him have it without him having to hesitate.
And just, you feel like you're under siege, and then they just swing away. Like, go ahead and poach, I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Loong usually finishes that point, but Annalie's hands were up to the task.
Irvine pulls the trigger, gets the counter, but was ready for the next one and hits it down. Really well done.
5-8-2.
That is nice by McGuffin. It's unlucky for Irvine and Loong, but to be able to patiently get your paddle up and finish that, not the easiest shot in the world. So, come back a little bit. Let's see if Waters and McGuffin can get off of 8.
Second serve, 8-5-2.
Leigh has not been impatient when they've put her on that side until that particular choice.
8-5-2.
Never got to the kitchen there.
But a good time to be aggressive is when you're serving.
Yes. Great first volley. So, a little more jump in the step of Irvine and Loong coming out.
5-8-1.
So you don't often see this, the girl on the left side taking cross court with the guy on the right, on the left side, cross court in mixed doubles. But because Tyler Loong is a lefty, we have some different alignments and some different point constructions. It's fun to see.
Why? Because you're a lefty?
Well,
it's fun to see. I agree with you.
Seeing the girls go, you know, I don't think Tyson is normally getting targeted with a cross-court dink from you know, the opposing girl.
I agree with you. And it's interesting, they've chosen to get out of it a couple times by putting Leigh over there. They're back to this formation. And Irvine just pulls off that one a little bit, and it comes up short.
Tyson looked he's looked comfortable the last 2 times they've gotten into that pattern.
That's nice. And the foot speed of Leigh Waters able to just explode in there after a gorgeous drive by McGuffin. And we're at a game point here at 10-5. And the step back attack finds the tape, so it's McGuffin and Waters, 11-5. There was a moment in there where everything Loong and Irvine wanted to do was working, but that quickly evaporated. And McGuffin and Waters looking very, very comfortable here in game number 1 at beautiful, the Riviera Country Club.
Come on now.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
It's a gas card. You can always use gas.
Always.
Wait, but you have a...
Mm-mm. Thank you.
Hey, do we need gas?
Nope.
How about now?
Still no.
Hey, remember Daddy's birthday's tomorrow.
A gas card. I could use this.
Hey, that...
Evolve your journey beyond the pump in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
Welcome back, everybody. Leigh Waters to serve. Oh my, and just complete miscommunication there. Okay. Not the start they wanted. McGuffin, of course, getting the fans involved in that, as he is known to do. Let's see if we have a bunch more of the cross-court backhand. Boy, there's a just get that out of here. Paddle up by Loong.
Yeah, I think I'm looking for Tyler Loong to be a little more aggressive in this game. I think now the sun's gone down, everyone can see
Second serve.
maybe a little more patience out of that.
Yeah.
That just wasn't a ball to attack.
1-2.
Low ball, full reach.
Yeah, and that's, you know, not set. It's sort of the combination of tough things to execute there. Here you see Loong sneaking in a little more. Yeah, because McGuffin has not gone down the line at all in this. Finally does there. Oh, and then he tags him. So that's the price.
McGuffin has done a good job of, once he gets Tyler moving, then McGuffin finds the right spot so that Loong can't defend while he's on the run.
And one of the best finishers in the world shows that might right there.
Yeah, Jessie hit a nice volley as she unstacked and just stuck it and set up Tyler.
So a little sloppy start here. This is, you know, if you lose game 1, this is where Loong and Irvine like, okay, if they're going to give us some loose points, some miscommunication, we got to go. We got to go. Let's get up 3-0 here. Oh. Loong read it, but it was so tight to the net he couldn't get a paddle in a good position.
Is that out? Oh, good. So second serve. Here we go. 1-0-2.
So McGuffin has chosen to catch a more active Loong so far, and it has worked in his favor. We'll see how. That's why this is called chess, not checkers. We see even in the first few points some changes in positioning and thought process. Great get by Loong. And just wide on the angle. Great defense. McGuffin again having a conversation with the patrons.
Yes, sir. Can't overrule in front of my head. 0-1-2. Point. 1-1-2.
That actually ended up higher than Loong was expecting and couldn't get the full swing that he wanted.
I think it also came a little slower.
Yeah,
a little higher, a little slower, and threw the timing off. But yeah, Tyson's attacked a lot early.
McGuffin moves one to the right side of Irvine's body, and that comes up just short. Wasn't in the best body position to make that one. Very unlucky off the tape there, because the first volley was actually good.
Well, and once it hits the tape, Jessie was still moving. Yeah. If you're moving and you have no chance. But if you're still, we've seen quite a few people take them when it pops up high.
Oh, and Leigh Waters hit a ball that was definitely going to hit. Well, probably the folks in the first row was able to hook that down for a winner.
4-1-2.
And a dangerous, dangerous place here for Irvine and Loong as McGuffin's chatting with the crowd. And Leigh Waters is running around smiling. That's a loose team over there. That goes just deep. So this is a pattern that both teams seem to be content with. It just has not gone the way of Loong and Irvine so far here in game 2.
Yeah, you're right. It worked a few times in game 1. Yeah. But Tyson McGuffin has kind of cleaned up the shots he's hitting cross court to Jessie, and he's run around and hit some more forehands, which kind of freezes Tyler. And he's in control of that pattern now.
Oh, a little off-speed hooker there, just spun out.
Yeah, a little miss-hit topspin. It bounced twice quickly.
That's just there's her singles prowess in doubles, because she loves to pick a target if somebody's coming in. She saw the middle open and just threaded the needle.
And kind of took it on the rise and just made it happen quickly.
And that return sails deep, and this is getting dangerous quickly. That's a good stick volley there. Makes it tough for the poach by Leigh Waters.
Serving team at 161.
So a timeout is called. It is McGuffin and Waters chatty with the crowd, smiling with each other, enjoying themselves way more than Loong and Irvine would like them to. Can they stop the fun? We'll see right after this.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Aw, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe!
Welcome back, everybody. It is McGuffin and Waters up a game and
Time in. 1-6-1.
in control of game number 2 here.
Second serve.
Irvine doing everything she can to keep getting those balls back, but just absolutely under siege from the get-go there.
1-6-2.
Quality of the third sets up all of that. And that just kisses wide off the tape.
6-1-1.
It's a good discipline by Waters and McGuffin. Like, we're not changing anything. It's working. We're up. Back to it. There's a change by Irvine. So Irvine moving the ball around instead of just going diagonally with everything, went behind Allyce Waters, so that changes McGuffin's foot positioning and then went in the middle. I'm not saying that rattled him to make a missed serve, but okay. But Scott Crandall is going to say that. So again, just don't let people be as comfortable as they looked right before the break.
Yeah, don't play into a pattern that's losing. That was a great spot.
Second serve. 1-6-2.
Good idea. She just left it up a little high, but
1-6-2.
She's strong on the line on the one behind Allyce Waters. That point ends differently. That's just a great move by McGuffin. So the traffic pattern changed, but the scoreboard did not. So it's a little frustrating. Let's see if they can continue to find it. And McGuffin wisely leaves that go. And Allyce Waters racing to serve. And the Don Stanley alarm clock has been very active today. That's his job. It's what he's looking for. That was one Allyce Waters could have put away from a foot behind the baseline, but snuck up there. And I think a lot of people ask, you know, they've asked me this, like, how do you know? And you just sort of see it out of the corner of your eye if you're at the kitchen or not. But you're always, it's a fine line. Let's put it that way.
Second serve. 7-1-2.
Especially when you're poaching and running across like Allyce was there.
Are you saying how do you know when you should
Whether
poach?
you're no, where your feet are as in relation to the kitchen line.
Yeah, that's why I never argue with the ref, because I'm not looking at my feet.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to have a sense.
So a couple of potentially attackable balls for Irvine in that sequence, and then it is Leigh that pulls the trigger, and McGuffin finishes. So this is more a, last weekend it was high velocity pickleball the entire time, and most of today has been. This has been a more old school, if you will, Scott. Strategic dinking, trying to set up points, and then both teams falling into the same pattern, and it's all about what McGuffin's been able to do in this game and staying with it. They might want to consider, does Tyler Loong just stay over there and let's try something different,
You make a good point, though. The style, it was much more patient, traditional style today. I think because it was just the weather was more comfortable.
Yeah.
And people were more, like, settled.
Yeah, last weekend at the Selkirk Showdown, it was very hot in inland here in Southern California. There's the opportunity ball, and Irvine makes that most of the time. That's
just an execution error.
Yeah, it happens. And a great ball taken out of the air, and we are at match point.
10-1-2. Not out.
Okay. That was hammered. All right. Can they find something? Stranger things have happened, but it's gotta be now. Okay.
Point. 2-10-1.
Patient on the ball off the net, but couldn't get on top of the next one.
2-10-1.
Sometimes you need a little luck to start a run.
Absolutely. And
second serve, 2-10-2.
There, Irvine did get after a ball that she had an opportunity with, and
2-10-2.
got them into a decent spot. Just Loong couldn't get out of the way of that.
Yeah, she found Tyson's paddle.
So, match point again on the paddle of Leigh Waters.
Second serve, 10-2-2.
Just the little move of Loong there get a little flash at McGuffin.
Yeah, and that's what Loong is good at. You don't know if he's going to reach out or jump to the Ernie, but you're aware of him.
Not getting that one. So, okay, we will play on.
2-10-1. Second serve, 2-10-2. Two.
Great job by both players there. McGuffin keeping his opponent back, and Loong trying and doing everything in his power to get back in it. Just came up short on that last reset. Another match point here. And it was McGuffin who chose not to get after some, let's just call them yellow zone balls in the middle of that rally, and it is Irvine that finishes.
I think Jessie enjoyed that one.
I'm sure she did. And they will not finish again. So, Loong and Irvine with another try here.
Second serve, 2-10-2.
Can't make a comeback if you can't make thirds, though. Gotta.
2-10-2.
That's not the start you want.
No. Unbelievable reach from Waters.
But you have to expect your opponent to make these balls. You can't just think, oh, this is
Look, we're good. Yeah.
You got to continually reload and be ready.
Oh.
I like that Tyler had walked all the way to the net cord in case it
go
went
ahead.
over.
Right.
That's
exactly what you referred to there. Like, expect it to come over. They switch Leigh over to the left. And it is Irvine and Loong that will take a timeout. They have a big hole to dig out of, but hey, you're still in it and you got the ball.
Yeah.
And in pickleball, you can keep the ball for as long as you win points. So there's a beautiful look at the Riviera Country Club. This is the Skechers Invitational.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows softness.
How does he know all this stuff?
Strength.
That's always right.
Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
Not today. Break's over. You dropped something.
That's a wicked backhand.
All right. Tyler Loong and Jessie Irvine using everything in their power, and then again can't make the third.
2-10-2.
And they had Leigh in an uncomfortable position, but just got to make it. So no points coming out. Another shot at winning this match. Back to McGuffin on the left. And Tyler Loong read it. But after several tries here, you see him jumping into your screen. Took it well wide. So McGuffin and Leigh Waters never pushed. Very comfortable. Talking to the crowd. The pattern was obvious the whole time, and it was one that McGuffin and Waters just were very comfortable in.
Yeah, I think Waters and McGuffin hit some really strong returns.
Yep. So we'll be right back for the final match of the day after this.
Well, welcome everyone to center court. I'm here with Tyson, McGuffin, Leigh, Waters. Guys, congratulations on that match. You guys partnered up a year or two when Leigh was younger. Did that help you guys mesh here today?
Yeah, life's pretty easy playing with her, I'm not going to lie. Life's very easy. Riviera Country Club, how are you guys? No, she's a total phenom. I kept telling myself, just play 10% of the court, slide over, don't talk, and let her do it. But no, we played very well. Kudos to Jessie and Tyler. And shout out to PPA, shout out to Skechers. Best looking shoes in the game. And happy man.
Well, Leigh, that flying poach that you do is a shot I think everyone wants to patent and learn how to do. How do you do it, and when do you choose to use that shot?
I think I'm like see ball, go ball, hit ball. No, but I'm always looking for the poach, especially when like somebody like Tyson has a really good drive. So I'm getting up there. I trust his third, and I'm just looking for the poach. I like it on my backhand side especially.
Well, guys, you're so well known for your fashion, for your style. How do you feel you've patented your signature look? What went into that?
Yeah, well, my wife dresses me every morning. Mustache, mullet, muscles, lime green shirt. You know, she doesn't let me leave the house without dressing me.
There you go, his wife. Leigh, how about you?
I'm just super into fashion. Me and my mom always have been. So I think with Fila, I was super excited to get to wear their clothing. And, you know, I just like the new stuff that's coming out. And there's some new stuff coming up that I'm excited for.
Well, you guys make the sport look good. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Dropping a lot of money on sunglasses always seemed crazy to me. I'd wear them a few times, and then I'd lose them or break them. That's why we created Shady Rays. Polarized shades at a great price that you can try for 30 days risk-free. And even if you lose or break them, just let us know and we'll send you a free pair. Plus, every order helps fight hunger in America. And thanks to you, we're making a big impact. For 20% off your first order, go to shadyrays.com now and use code TV20.
Bending down to put on your shoes, kind of a pain in the ass. But with new hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it's a thing of the past. Just step in and go without bending down. And without even touching them. Plus, they're machine washable. Try new Skechers slip-ins.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. To make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate believes in your dreams. That's why we treat everyone like we treat our own family and work extra hard to get you the lowest low rate possible. Because if you believe, you will.
All right, last match of the day. Welcome back, Dave Fleming with Scott Crandall and, looky there, Allyce Jones and Megan Dazan. Not partnered up, Scott. That's the beauty of the Invitational. So two frequent partners from Utah. There's Netcam, which I love. We're going to get more and more out of that. When you got a whole bunch of balls and warm-ups, though, you're going to have a little wobbly. So that's Leigh Jansen on the left and Irina Tereshenko on the right. So it is Tereshenko that will play with Allyce Jones. And our first look at Megan Dazan, she's got that same ace of spades paddle that we saw Callan Dawson using, and boy did we see her using it last week. She was a major factor in the Selkirk showdown, and I'm sure she's been eager to play. I'm sure she's been here most of the day, and her call time was 7. So You're going to see a lot of energy out of her. Allyce Jones played the first match, now playing the last match. Tereshenko was out earlier, as was Leigh Jansen. So last match of the day. Here we go. Ron Ponder is our referee. Let's play some pickleball, everybody.
So I'm not surprised to see Irina on the left and Allyce on the right side, but I wasn't sure how Megan and Leah would line up. But just because they're lined up with Megan on the left now doesn't mean they'll stay there, but I'll be curious to see how it proceeds.
Will they play it straight up or stack it? We'll see.
But yeah, like none of the four ladies have been on this court for a couple of hours, so this is kind of gonna. They've had a long break
for sure.
Those who have played, so we'll give them a couple points to warm up.
And Dawson gets Jones to miss that deep. So as we mentioned, just there you see Dawson jumping around over there, just trying to get loose. And the temperature change is significant from earlier as well. Sun went down, and we probably lost, what, at least 10 degrees, if not more.
At least it's very pleasant right now, but it'll make the ball move a little faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think every 10 degrees is a noticeable change in pace of a wiffle ball.
Might have played an out ball there. We'll never know. And there's that pop from that paddle.
That is the pop we saw last week. It was it kept shocking me in a good way. She really crushes that high forehand.
Deadly pace. Okay, so no, 1-0, bottom of the third inning here. Let's see if Jansen and Dawson can get this going. Okay.
0-1-2. Side out.
And Dawson just not comfortable yet. Let's be honest, but I expect that to change.
1-0-1. Second serve.
Nice shot from Megan, just keeping the ball down as Irina was rushing in. She made it tough on Irina to reset that ball.
Okay, and partner on partner crime there as Allyce Jones coming after her buddy Megan Dawson there.
Yeah, nice work from Leah. She got the high ball and started angling her attacks down, and once it was down, she was way ahead and finished.
Whole bunch of action off the net there, and Tereshenko unable to hang with that one. So first point for Dawson and Jansen.
1-2-1.
The ace of spades paddle again.
I really enjoy that. But a really nice point set up.
Yeah, Jansen's
dinking.
Yeah, and then she ran around a backhand dink and pulled the trigger on a forehand cross court and caught Allyce Jones.
2-2-2.
Trying to rule that over again off the tape. Just that little skid makes so much difference.
If there's one thing you can learn from what happens when the ball comes off that net, it'll show you how much balance you have and whether or not you're moving. Because if you're moving, you're done. You're not going to make it. But those who have handled it well today were sitting there steady as it happened, and were able to adjust.
Right, because then your lower half isn't moving. It's just your hand.
And your head's not moving.
Exactly.
So if you're stationary as it hits, which as you should be when your opponent is hitting, and then it hits the tape, you can deal with it. But if you're moving and it hits the tape, you have little chance of adjusting.
Second serve.
Jansen having a lengthy conversation with her paddle there. There you see she goes through a centering move just before every point. That's a great job by Tereshenko, pushing Dawson off the line and then finishing.
Yeah, and a good read by Allyce Jones to cut that corner.
2-2-1.
It's pure violence.
3 for 3 on the high forehand volley for Megan.
I'll be checking that one game. 2-2-2.
And Jansen tries the old blow it over if he can't get it over off that dribbler.
One of the better tries I've ever seen at that.
Yeah, because she had it, she had the candles on the cake to blow out.
It was close.
Sign out.
Consult whatever rule book you want to decide whether that's good or not. Why not? That's a great point by Tereshenko, the textbook volley to stop the drives to begin with, and then beautiful finish.
A great combo to finish.
Yeah.
Sign out. Three, two, one.
Nice return.
Point. 4-2-1.
That's nice. So Jones saw Dawson change her just ever so slightly, and there's nowhere else that ball can go but down the line. She was ready.
5-2-1.
Nice complimentary pickleball from Jones and Tereshenko so far. And then
I find Allyce Jones to be a very good complementary player. She's a very good right side player. She hustles, she's ready. And so when she's partnered with someone who's good at being the alpha, it's like that makes a nice team.
Oh my, and Tereshenko just smooth down the middle, and that's what you'll find. And that's a thing that Dawson needs to continue to work on. Be big and be commanding on that left side. If you've got the power like that, want that ball in the middle.
Yeah, I thought Tereshenko's attack had good deception to it. But still, the middle's responsibility was Megan's.
Yeah, if she beats you on the outside shoulder there, just tip the cap you're wearing to her.
And we've talked about that. Ben was talking about that earlier, where you got to know where it's likely going to come and be ready for that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people could, oh my, get a lot better just by rehearsing in their mind, if the ball's there, I'm ready for this, and if they go the other place, so be it, and just get a whole bunch of high percentages into the flow of a point. And obviously pickleball's ever evolving, but that's what that will make you better quickly.
Yeah, knowing the patterns and the geometry will give you a hint as to what you got to be ready for.
7-2-2. Side out.
Okay, so they're able to get one down there. So third percentage hasn't been what Dawson and Jansen would want. Let's see if now is the time. Some service errors as well, so let's see if they can crank it up here in the second serve. What a gut. My goodness, Allyce Jones. Again, we talked about being set, so she was able to throw those hands up and finish. And there's the difference in power. Allyce Jones read both of those, but didn't have quite the finishing power, and they were able to scrape them back. And then Dawson does have that. So, again, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses of what you can and cannot do on the court.
Yeah, I mean, the poach was there, but then she would have had to put it in the perfect location. You can't find the opponent's paddle on that poach, because then you're in trouble.
See Dawson on the right now. That's just ridiculously good from Leigh Jansen. She's like, all right, let's put me over here because I got magic. That's nice.
3-7-1. Second serve.
Great first volley there.
3-7-2.
We replay the let's.
3-7-2.
So the one-hander was good with big swing at the second one. Again, we talk a lot about reloading, and that was a lengthy reload that then not quite on it.
Yeah, and the first time Leigh did it, it was perfect and beautiful. Well, and then Allyce, I've seen it once. Yep. She adjusted to it the second time, got it back, and so if you hit it for a winner the first time, you're going to have to make a combo the second time.
That's nice by Dawson, going to both sides of Tereshenko's body.
Well controlled.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen that paddle have so much pop. Where's the 60% meter on it? That's nice. So Leigh Jansen looking a lot more comfortable, quite frankly, over there on the left side of the court.
Yeah, the points have been going a lot better. So, you know, great switch mid game. Plan A wasn't working, so let's try a new plan.
I heard Dawson say, "Ooh, baby, might have put it in the Tereshenko wheelhouse, but got away with it."
Second serve. 4-7-2.
That's unfortunate, but Tereshenko's such a smart player. Like, okay, they've been sort of switching sides. I'm going to throw a bunch of dinks in the middle and see how they deal with that. And they did not deal with it that great.
There was a little confusion on the first one, which made them over cover, and then you take them wide. Right. Irina got the benefit of a nice net cord, but the the dink location was excellent.
Son survives that.
8-4-2.
Good eye by Irina there. And just anything at the kitchen has felt very comfortable for Jones and Tereshenko. Firepower. You just knew it was coming. Interesting choice by Jones in the middle of, they were ahead and threw up a lob.
I think she loves to play defense so much. She wants to get those overheads back.
Second serve.
Yeah, and you look at a 9-4 score, the third percentage of Dawson and Jansen is hovering around 50%. You just cannot beat a good team with that. You cannot.
No, and so when I'm struggling with my thirds, I think of a couple, what can I do to make this easier? And I will kind of try to convince my partner to, let's hit bigger serves so we get weaker returns. And maybe we can make more thirds. But I always feel like I need my partner's permission.
Yeah.
To, hey, can I go for a bigger serve? Let's try and get this thing back on track. You don't need your partner's permission.
But it's nice to be.
I like to be on the same page with them, and so that they know what's going on.
Well, I think both these players know that the thirds just haven't been what they wanted, and they have another level, and that starts from there, and you can build your game, because here we are at game point. And that goes deep. So not clean by Dawson and Jansen, but Jones and Tereshenko played very well. I loved how they set each other up for a new partnership. They look good. Jansen and Dawson have a couple levels up. Can they find it? We'll see after this.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Fleming with Scott Crandall. Last match of the day. Great day at the Skechers Invitational. So much good pickleball. Got a big event tomorrow. Right back here on these courts. First time pickleball hits an over-the-air network, CBS, 1 p.m. Pacific. And it's going to be quite a show. So back to what's going on the court right now. Jansen and Dawson need to get a good start. And they get one. So we saw Jansen feel pretty good for a few points over there on the other side, the left side, but they choose to go with how they started. We'll see what transpires from here.
The idea is probably these are the sides they normally play. It's like Leigh plays a lot on the right side, so she's comfortable there. Megan plays a lot on the left side, so let's just go with that, and they changed it up.
As you should when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
And there's the aggression that I think needs to continue to come out in design. She moves well, has the reach.
Yeah, you just have to, you've got to set yourself up with a quality shot and then pick your spot.
Yeah, it's just blindly running around the court is not what we're talking about for sure.
It's like we're losing, we need to do more. It's like, okay, set yourself up to do more.
3-0-1.
Yeah, you saw Jansen throw her. She threw her hands in the air because she's pointing to herself right now. Like that drive was heavy. I should have been there. Now they end up winning the point anyway. But
4-0-1.
My goodness, how the tables have turned.
Second serve.
But they've been 100% on thirds, and voila.
4-0-2.
That's a beautiful counter by Jansen there. Because Tereshenko is looking much more comfortable than Dawson in this cross-court exchange, but Dawson is not putting it in a dangerous spot.
Dawson did a nice job of neutralizing Irina's quality dinks.
0-5-1.
That's just too much knife. Full Ginsu power from Tereshenko there.
That dink had some power, some spin, and a really good location.
A little deep from Jansen.
Two, 5-1.
So Tereshenko chose not to throw it around and stuck with, I'm going to just put it back in the middle. I think they're a little bit out of sorts, and that was actually a great choice. And now this is starting to look like game one, and Leigh Jansen loves to use timeouts as a momentum stopper and does so very well here. So huge start for Dawson and Jansen. They put 5 on the board. Here comes Jones and Tereshenko. The rest of game 2 when we come back.
Johns?
What do we got, Parenteau?
Another one.
Shame. 3rd one this week. Any suspects?
Not yet. We'll send these to the lab.
All right. Let's take a look.
What do you think?
Bring me the jigsaw.
All right, welcome back. It is Jones and Tereshenko on the prowl here after a hot start for Dawson and Dawson and Jansen.
4-5-2.
Scores 4-5 on a 2. And Allyce Jones just counter me this.
That was a hand battle of big swings versus little swings,
Yes.
and the little swings won that time.
So compact. And sometimes has a very unique, puts the left hand in some very unique spots to finish. It's the beauty of pickleball. There's no right way to play it. There's a right way for you to play it. And the defense keeps them in it. It's the Allyce Jones starter kit there. You know, she just loves to grind it out.
And Irina is very good defending back there as well.
Yes.
They're a strong defensive team.
Just wide from Tereshenko, but they come all the way back and +1, so they're up 6-5. Oh. Gets the yeah and then the no, so just wide, so 6 apiece.
It was a very tough one. Tough one to call. Could have gone either way.
6-6-1.
You might as well cheer and try and bully
Right.
your opponent into giving it to you. I joke.
Point.
It's a great drop. So okay, game 1. No one could score forever. Here, almost every rally is a point. Indecision in the middle. Looked like they were doomed, but they get out of it.
7-6-2.
I'll get to it eventually.
What a get. And after all that, the grunting, the gets from design, it is Jones and Tereshenko who end up on top. What a point, ladies.
6-7-1.
Okay, and Tereshenko is now, you know, sometimes you just need one of those. And, okay. So it's 7 apiece. Game 2.
Yeah, sometimes those long points, they mean a little more, and so no matter which way the momentum's going, you win those long points. Now you've got it.
Yeah, and it spurs on confidence, and you know, especially in that one, they made a couple miraculous shots, but don't win the point, and that's disheartening.
Yeah. It's like when you make a get like that, you're like, oh, we could steal this point, and then it keeps going, and the longer it goes, the more it's worth.
Yeah, so again, the use of timeouts here, sometimes they're momentum stoppers. In this case, it's okay. Let's all catch our breath here. That was crazy. Okay, Ron Ponder, our referee, who calls us back there. You see Allyce Jones.
7-7-1.
Tied at 7, game 2. Jones and Tereshenko took game number 1. Oh, that was set up perfectly by an aggressive dink in the middle by Tereshenko and overswung.
Yeah, Allyce covered where the ball, she knew where it had to go.
Point. Yes, ma'am, it is.
So Jansen's yelling, get out of the way. Nothing she could do. Gets caught. Lob serve. Ooh.
Side out.
Tereshenko just comes up a little short.
7-8-1.
See if Dawson goes after her serve or not here. She does. A little short, though. And super double tap power there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want to step in front of Irina's forehand overhead in that case.
No, especially if I have a second hand on the paddle. I mean, that could end up paddle in hand, and you definitely don't want that. Dawson just short on that drive. So Jones and Tereshenko up a game, up a point.
8-7-1.
With the ball.
And there's a ponytail question here. Okay. 8-7 on it too. That goes deep, and Tereshenko and Jones within 2.
Irina hit 4 or 5 quality shots. Leigh hit 4 or 5 quality volleys right up until the end.
Uh-oh. And Dawson frustrated with herself as that goes deep, and we're at match point here.
That's the tough part of having a powerful paddle. You've got to control it on the return of serve.
Yeah, that's especially if you get a weird bounce like she did there. Oh.
And that's the benefit of having the powerful
there it
paddle.
is, exactly.
Get that high forehand, it's over.
So, win by 1. Can they make a run at this? And that's the difference between being in sync with your partner or not. Just a little late there for Jansen to get in. Saw a beautiful one of those from her earlier in the match. That one a little lower, a little more difficult.
It's a high degree of difficulty attempt, whether you make it or not. So
another chance to win, get the short return. Oh, and that one similarly sails deep.
Sometimes when you make one of those low percentage shots, you make the first one. Then you have some false confidence.
I got this in my bag. There's like people that don't ever lob, throw up a lob early and make it, and bad things happen after that. Okay, 3 chances gone. And this is a dangerous team. You saw they put 5 up just like nothing to start this match. Or this game, excuse me. And
yeah, I mean, and then you kind of have that sense once you get down kind of a match point, you relax a little. And then you can start playing really well. So you're right, they are kind of a dangerous opponent right now because they're a couple good shots from having all the momentum they need, and they only need 3 more points.
It's 1 by 1. The power, they get a drive and a ball kisses the tape. You know, if I'm Tereshenko and Jones, I just want to play a point at the kitchen line where Tereshenko is in control as she has been. Okay, big overhead, and we're at 9-10.
Nine-10-2.
Oh, and what a time for the net to cross up Megan Dazan.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was such a nice, like, smart, consistent, patient
by the book point at that time. So, another chance for Jones and Tereshenko. She'll get there. Oh, looking for an Ernie. Oh, and the movement created a little chaos, and it is Jones and Tereshenko who win 11-5, 11-9. I really like the way those two complemented each other. They played very nice complementary pickleball. I really liked what Tereshenko did. Very comfortable going for things because you've got the best cleanup artist next to you.
Yeah, no, that was a very good teamwork, and I don't think they've played together before. But Irina has so much experience; she knows how to adapt to the partner she has.
Yep. So tomorrow's the big day. Live on CBS, 3 Central, 4 Eastern, 1 o'clock here in the Pacific time zone. Make sure you tune in, tell your neighbors, your friends. It's going to be a brilliant day here in Southern California. It's, it's one of those things where we talked to Ben about this, and he very humbly said it's nice to be a part of it, but it's the way the sport is elevating, and, it's earned the right. And now let's see America embrace it the way we certainly have here. So, CBS tomorrow, but let's talk to the victors here. We're going to go to Hannah Johns with Allyce and Irina.
Welcome back to Center Court one last time. I've got Allyce Jones and Irina Tereshenko here with me. Ladies, you guys played such phenomenal pickleball throughout. They got a little closer in game 2. How did you shut them down?
Well, I think Megan and Leigh played awesome. We kind of knew the strategy going in, and we just had to stay sharp on the key points, and we did.
Well, Allyce, talk about this event. It's sort of a boutique event. We've got all our players out here, just our PPA players, playing the best in the world. How do you like your experience out here?
Oh, it's been a blast. It's fun to mix it up and be with different partnerships and get to know people better, so love it.
Well, guys, I know it's extremely tough to be a pro, but it's getting even harder and harder as the years go on, more people entering the sport. How hard is it to maintain that commitment to practice and just pushing yourself day after day?
Well, I think you have to stay fresh and take breaks. We all enjoyed a little break this summer, and then everybody's routine is different, so what works for Allyce might not work for me, so you just got to find your sweet spot and stick with it.
How about you, Allyce?
I'm still obsessed and love the game. Like, every second of the day I try to drill at least, I play at least 5 hours a day, and I just love it. So for me, I don't take breaks. I just love it. But that's mine. Everyone's different, so yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. If you want to be like Allyce Jones, you're going to have to practice 5 hours a day. That is incredible. Ladies, congratulations. Thanks for giving us such a great match. We're going to turn it over to Dave now to say goodbye.
All right, folks. So, to be a pro, it takes different formations, but Allyce Jones, who we know loves to grind, just admitted to us that it's 5 hours a day to perfect everything she has to do to be successful here on the PPA Tour. So, what a great first day of the Skechers Invitational here at the Riviera Country Club. Appreciate all the folks that joined us in the booth today. We had volleyball star Casey Patterson. We had the Johns brothers, both Collin and Ben Johns, and then I had my man and fellow senior pro, Scott Crandall. Thanks for joining us today, Scott.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks to Hannah Johns for everything she does to bring all of the flavor and the answers to this. And thanks to everybody in the truck. Big day tomorrow. CBS starts at 1 o'clock. Pacific time. We will be back in business here at 9 a.m. So have yourself a great Friday night, and we'll see you tomorrow from the Skechers Invitational. I'm Dave Fleming. Have a great night. Peace.